Good morning. Hello. Whoa, it's weird hearing my own voice for some reason. What the fuck? Hello. It's Thursday? Oh. Yeah, sure. Yes. I've double checked. It is in fact the Thursday. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Crime is now against the law. It is. Happy Monday! Nice try, Brim. Nice try. But I know it's Thursday because today is officially the day that it is safe to put furniture on our floors and we can start moving in. Yay! None of the electricity is fixed yet, but that's a step. We can move in things that aren't us or electrical things. God, what a relief that is. I can't see, so hold on. Woo! These Phoenix Wright sessions have been the highlights of your week. Oh, that's so sweet. Good, I'm glad. Glad I've been able to help a little bit with everybody's week. What's the name of the song? Shit, I don't know. I don't think it'll tell me either. I don't think it'll tell me. I really don't have any options in this. Hell yeah, happy Thursday! Now I don't get to hear anything because my cords were twisted. I love this headset, but it twists so easily. I don't know if it's something I'm doing or what. It's a mashup of Objection and Turnabout Sisters. Oh! Oh, not sure of the track itself. Sorry, I'm sleepy. I was up really late playing Final Fantasy. Austin knows. Anyway, I was up really late, so I'm a little sleepy. Hopefully it doesn't make my brain super slow. But I was looking at my notes. I have a notebook that I use for the games we play. Specifically now, I've always had one, but I bought this one. I mean, it's tiny, but oh.
Happy Thursday.
Panda Lilies, thank you so much for resubbing. Welcome back and happy Thursday. Thank you so much. Yeah, who hasn't stayed up? I stayed up late because Reen was getting to a certain point and someone else in our FC was streaming it and I really wanted to watch it, and so yeah. And then I couldn't fall asleep till 2 because I was super hyped about it. Anyway, so I was looking at my notebook. I have tons of pages for this game specifically, but I was trying to look at the case this morning, and I have this is all just the episode we're on. I don't know if any of this is actually useful, but I know how my brain works and that it helps me to write things down to remember it, because that's how I basically, hi Octavia. That's how I learned how to do it in school, so. Reading your notes to prep for a case. You think I'm a real lawyer now? No, I'm terrible. So. The case we're in, episode 5. It's the last one. We've been doing it for 2 days. So much has happened. But the gist of where we are right now is it's the police tried to make it, I think that it was the police. I think the police tried to make it seem like there were actually 2 murders. Clearly there was only one, and the body was transported, and it was earlier than we thought. That's basically where we are. We learned that the other murder was just a guy getting attacked. The person who was supposedly the victim was just dressed up as him. It was actually Marshall, the weird cowboy. So there were not 2 murders. We have proven... Ah, hey, Wakey Oni! Oh, thank you. It is good to see you. Anyway, so the where we are is essentially okay. We have officially gone to court and proven that there were not two murders. He was murdered there, we believe, but we don't know who did it. It had to happen earlier, and they cleaned it up, right? So whoever has the ID number of 7777777 is the person who fucking did it, right? We assume. And have a good, thank you, BT. Have a good lick. Because we know for a fact the blood had to be there beforehand, because the other blood was on top of it, right? So the other murder was Marshall had snuck into the evidence room dressed up as Bruce Goodman, using his card, which he had stolen. Poor Meekins went in to confront the burglar and got stabbed, didn't see who it was, and passed out. And his was the extra blood. But we know for a fact that based on our timeline, this person, this unknown person, has to be the murderer. And that gives them enough time to somehow transport the body or get it into Edgeworth's car so that it was already in there. But like, that doesn't fix our issue of why is she wearing the bloody trench coat? Why does Starr, Angel Starr, say that she physically saw her stabbing him? That doesn't fix that. So there's still a bunch of stuff that's not quite right. And why was this put in the muffler? Yeah. That's basically where we are. Anyway, very exciting. This case is super interesting, even though it's crazy long. And we just spoke to her. Oh yeah, so the final piece of the puzzle is that, okay, our victim was the, let me make sure I get the, our victim was the, where, what? He's supposed to have been, that's weird. I thought he was, oh no, there we go. Yeah, I was gonna say I thought he was the head investigator. So our victim, Bruce Goodman, was the head investigator on this case, the SL9 case from 2 years ago, which has since been closed. It was Edgeworth's first case, and we have learned that this guy, Joe Dark, who has since been sentenced to murder and executed, or sentenced to death and executed, he killed all those people on that list, and he was being chased by Jake Marshall. No. Yes. No. Who the fuck was he being chased by? Neil Marshall, who was a detective. He was chasing him. He tried to hide in Lana's office. Emma was in there. He apparently tried to kill her instead, or they thought he was going to try to kill her, but instead, see, it's weird, but instead he killed Neil, who had been chasing him, and Emma kind of saw it. However, in the case, Lana, her sister, who is now being, I believe, framed for the Goodman murder, Lana fabricated evidence which Miles then used to make sure that this guy got the death sentence, basically. So that's what we just learned. It's fucked up and it's a lot, and I'm sorry that I'm not explaining it well. This is where we're at. Blah. I looked at my plant already. There's nothing new with this. Yeah. Just making sure. She wants to study here. Yes. Wait, there was math there? Hold on. I haven't seen that before. I have a math test coming up next week. I better study. I'm borrowing this desk, okay? 1 plus 1 is 2. 1 plus 2 is 3. 1 plus 3 is 4. If that's what they're teaching high school math, oh god. Yeah. That is not good. Alright, she should tell us that she tried to read it and then dropped it on her foot. Yes. Okay, caught up. Yay. You've been hereby sentenced to murder. Better get moving on that and kill someone. Oops. I was close. Yeah, it's a very confusing case. There's a bajillion moving parts and there's tons of people. So that's where we're at. Also, the murder happened on the 21st. We are now on the 24th. That's important too. Lana? Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. Yeah, so I'm pretty pissed off because poor Edgeworth has had a bad reputation about, like, falsifying evidence and doing all this fake stuff. And he's been, like, no wonder he's so fucking grumpy. His entire 2-year career has been marred by, like, this case that he didn't know he used falsified evidence. At least I'm under the impression, and based on his reaction, I don't think he knew that he used false evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, you're wrong. An innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? Right, so she was a detective when the case wrapped up that she helped falsify evidence for, I guess. They immediately, I guess, transferred and promoted her to chief prosecutor, which is like, Is there some collusion here? Like, what the fuck is that? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Alright. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I'd expected as much. Huh? I know how obsessed Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Right, so she won't fucking tell us anything, which is making this incredibly difficult. Maybe they were doing anything they could to make sure Von Karma wouldn't be chief prosecutor. I mean, you know, that's not a bad take. Granted, he's in jail now at least, but putting him in jail when he wasn't even that would have been much harder. Ethics had to have something to keep up the pressure on Edgeworth for those 2 years. On the other hand, the way law works in this world. Yeah, the way that law works in this world is super fucked up. Emma, this doesn't involve just me. Huh? I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. Who's she trying to protect? She's obviously trying to protect someone, but we just don't know who it is yet. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. Fucking Gaunt. He's been adjacent to all of this, and he's the police chief, so obviously I don't trust him. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gaunt cracked together. Chief Gaunt. He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Right. Damon Gaunt. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? I really wish you didn't interrupt that. Gaunt's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. See? Collusion. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command. That means the investigation lead was Damon Gaunt, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gaunt and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. Same office, huh? Lana's scarf and epaulette game is on point. I know, her outfit's really cute. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. It was the first time they worked together and then he fucking died. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when this final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gaunt and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gaunt and Marshall let their guards down and then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gaunt and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. Why the fuck didn't Gaunt and Marshall just... Wait a second, where was Gaunt? Marshall followed him. Neil Marshall did. That doesn't make sense. I was filing some papers while Gaunt and Marshall were questioning Dark. Oh, what the fuck? When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. Jeez! Oh, bees. Thank you for the host. I appreciate it. The story has taken a dark turn. Fractal. That's weird placement, don't you think? 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who had passed out. And the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. I can't blame her, after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right, quite a coincidence, I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance? But the case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Yes. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. What? Why wouldn't he be convinced, though? So does he think it was someone else? Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gaunt and I shared. The office that Mr. Gaunt now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, at the site of the final SL9 murder. Okay, interesting. So that's the current chief's office? I wonder if he's been hiding something there. What can we show her? I want to know what the fuck this was. Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside of court. It's taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved. Okay, fine. Lana. I probably can't show her stuff. Yeah, I probably can't show her stuff. Alright. One last try, though. I want to see if she'll respond to this. No. Okay. It was worth a shot, I think. Unless... Does she know... No way. It would be too easy. Do you know who this is? No. Okay. She's not gonna help me at all. It's fine. It's fine. I can figure this out. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Oh. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Shit. This is where cars leave the lot. That makes it more look like an entrance. Theory of relativity. This is all the same. I kind of wish it would leave it checkmarked so that I didn't have to recheck everything. It's a stepladder. Is it still locked? It won't open. It's still locked. Okay. That's where Miss Starr saw the incident. So she wasn't lying when she saw Miss Skye stab him. That's so weird. The security guard is also never fucking here, so I don't think that helps. The divider. The phone is probably not working. Hey, Impossible. Can't hear anything. Phone's broken. Okay. All this is the same. She claims to have climbed over this fence, which I honestly don't believe. Yeah, because she can't even climb it. The lock was broken. I don't know what model it is. I don't have a driver's license. Yes, we know this. I'm not going to serve you hamburgers. It's the body. Okay. Nothing new? Oops. What? I know I can click on this. The famous oil drum. She's going to try to kick it over. Alright, good. Nothing new. Wonder how Edgeworth feels. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee. Again? He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later. Alright, I don't want to peep on his stuff then. We'll wait, we'll wait. Oh. Howdy, Bambina. Okay, all of this is kind of your fault. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. Could you please choose whatever you're gonna be? You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Oh, Billy, the cactus! Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little negotiation. Oh, interrogation, what? It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Yeah, why? It's high noon. No! I don't understand why... He must think someone else was the murderer, but if someone else was the murderer in the serial killings, why did they stop? And why hasn't it come up before? Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. Wait, what do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's all right. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. Wait, a question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained? Wait, what does that mean? It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Wait, could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. Scars that the SL9 incident left behind? There's so many sharp things that could have stabbed someone. This wasn't made yet. Why am I looking at this? I wish I could spray my evidence for blood. Why do I have so many broken things? I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he? Your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. Oh, the highest honor. You mean the King of Prosecutors. I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. So it was also... In this universe, he was ancient at 27? Yeah. Hey, the Blue Badger could be a time traveler. We don't actually know that yet. The murder weapon was the VHS tape. There's so many different, like, broken things it could have been, especially if it was the day of the transferal. It could have been, like, a different evidence that was used and, like, hidden as part of a different case, and they wouldn't have looked at it twice. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. It was already empty, right? So whoever... Fuck! Someone emptied it and killed Goodman. But why would someone... Did someone know he was gonna go do that? Or did they have the same idea? There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Wait, what? Oh right, everybody lost their job. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gaunt and Lana Skye. Gaunt again. Emmy Twitch, I think? Thank you for following. Welcome. This all had to be Gaunt. And if Lana is complicit... No, because she is our... She is complicit, isn't she? The investigation lead, Damon Gaunt, and his second-in-command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. Shit. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gaunt, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. I like how you don't hate this guy so much when he's talking mostly normal. I don't! When he's not just like speaking in nonsense. It's not as bad. This is a cool picture, I've got to say. She looks fucking awesome in it. She's never been the same since she left. Right. She's cold to her sister, too. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that, too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambima, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Okay, Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. Stop drinking. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? Well, it was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. Yes! Edgeworth is not a bad guy. He's just... It's bad timing. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is fucking Damon Gaunt. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. What's up? Pop sound. Too bad I won't be around to work with you. When you become a real scientific investigator. Oh. Adios, Bambina. Yeah, Marshall is annoying when he's talking in spaghetti Texan. Yes, that's exactly correct. Has he been sucking on the cork the whole time? Possibly? I don't know. I saw his throat moving when he did the drink animation, though. Fuck. I kind of wish I had thrown some evidence at him, but are these two saying anything new? So I cuff the lout, right? Then you know what he says? What are you, a moron? I'm an undercover agent. Aw, man, I hate it when that happens. I guess he wasn't saluting, he was just listening to how his friend messed up. They make a good pair. Hey, Damien. Between the shenanigans of both Gaunt and Von Karma, Edgeworth can't catch a break. Right? It's like... It really is like every single person in the prosecutor office or job or department is like really, really, really corrupt, and he's like the one guy who stumbled in and seems like an ass but actually isn't. Yay! Congrats, Damien! Fuck yeah! Hell yeah, that's awesome! Alright, I don't need to look at the rest of the stuff here, I don't think. Let's go to criminal affairs. Compliment the game. I have to say, it does a really, really good job of introducing characters to me. This is the thing that I think this game does the best. It introduces characters to me. They're incredibly, like, quirky or flawed in some way, and I find them annoying at first, but they grow on me with time, surprisingly, like, well. And I feel like usually if I don't like someone right away, it's impossible for me to start to like them. Usually. So this game is very, very, very well crafted in its character design. Yeah, that's I think my biggest compliment that I can give this game so far. He is an ass, but he's an honest one. I honestly don't think he's that bad. I don't think he's that bad, Edgeworth. I think he's playing a role. And based on the people that he have been above him and like taught him, of course he acts like that. They're all like that. They're all, yeah. So I think it's a matter of him having idolized his mentors and everybody else in the prosecution field being like that. I think that's why he does that act. Thank you, Zafrax. Yeah. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Oh, thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did, and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth. Not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gaunt's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Oh, really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Oh, fuck. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. See? Like, everybody's boss is teaching them to be a piece of shit. That's what I'm noticing. More influenced into the bad habits? Yeah. Yeah. Is there a single competent member of the police? What, in the game or in real life? Marshall was. Marshall was not, though. He was day drinking and he was never at his post, and he was also breaking the law, so. The Blue Badger? Yeah, the Blue Badger. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Alright, let's see what this guy's doing now. He's mumbling. That's it. The villain used a time machine. Very clever indeed. That would explain the alibi. The future might not be so far away after all. Okay, he's still writing a novel. What's he doing? That man must be the chief of detectives. He's staring at the screen so hard it might shatter. What? Dark case may have been fabricated. That's what I thought all along. I just never bothered to tell anyone. Oh, God. Now there's a guy who cares about his work. See? They all suck. Debatable for both? Yeah, debatable for both. Ugh, alright. Hell yeah. Let's sneak into the chief's office. What the fuck? He is Neck Lord. I thought Von Karma was Neck Lord, but it's this guy. He's got a giant organ in here. And a picture from the day of the... Oh my god. The vase is in the picture. We have to look at that. Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. I never could remember where C was. Fuck! Why would you summon him? I need to peep! Oh, it's you two! Chief Gaunt. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I want that. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? No. I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies! See that big picture on the wall over there? Yes, I want to go look at that! Look, it's the vase! That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. What is it? Is there a suit of armor or robot over there? So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh my fucking god. It's different. There's a broken knife on here. And it's got the same shape. And the vase is here. Either of these things could have been the actual murder weapon because we know that the fabricated evidence was the murder weapon. This. I need this picture. I have to take this picture. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it. Yes, no, I put my finger right on it. Yes! Okay. Gaunt team picture added to the court record. Let me look at it. Let me snoop at it. Oh god. What? Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh! But this office, it was the crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. It's him. It's him. It's him. It's him. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. There's no other fucking characters, right? Economy of characters. He's the only one left. And he's obviously the most evil. And he gained the most from it. And he probably forced Lana to fabricate evidence. And he has the office now so he can protect the crime scene. And we don't know what his badge number is. It's him. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gaunt denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Alright, hold on. I want to look at that picture. Yeah, look! The fucking... It's exactly... Yes. Well, unless it's the suit of armor stabby thing. That's possible too, I guess. But we don't have any evidence about that. But how would the K get off of it? Oh, maybe that doesn't make sense. No. It... Let Emma have a nice look remembering her near murder. Yeah, I mean... We should. I mean, it's important. We need to. And you would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling kids and your kitty. My kitty. She's so asleep and cute. If the judge did it, he'd just preside over the case and denial evidence. Yeah. I think the judge is maybe too stupid to have done anything like this. How the fuck am I gonna get in there?
Long intense stare.
That is his thing, isn't it? Long intense stares. Thank you, friend. Caterpillar. Incredible! Oh my god, she just rolled over too. Perfect timing. Thank you very much, Octavia Kim. Look at this beautiful baby. You can accuse the judge? Honestly, I don't know who I don't know how to accuse people, you know? So, The real murderers, the friends we made along the way. How intense can stairs get? What's happening? The judge did it and forgot. Case closed. Okay. How can we get in there? How the fuck can we get in there? Let's peek. The detectives in there look pretty busy. Just imagine, right now, behind those doors, a police drama in action. Okay, we've already seen this. Can we sneak in with this? The blue badger is still writhing around today. J'accuse. Speed dancing. It was I hypnotized. He's not doing something naughty, though it's possible that he's the murderer. Wanted posters. Yeah, we've seen this before. Did you know why the panda thing? I've already sprayed you, haven't I? Okay, alright, Jesus. Hey Boots, just woke up and hopped in. I get Blue Badger music, hashtag blessed. Good morning, welcome to Blue Badger Town. The Blue Badger did it, that makes sense. He does have a look of a heartless murderer. Yeah. Oh. Aha! Hey, pal! Detective Gumshoe! Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. Oh, from sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Detective Gumshoe, for some reason, might be the only, like, good police officer. Good. In that he's stupid, but they clearly don't want him involved in this case because he might find something out. And tell us. Or Edgeworth, because he's too close to Edgeworth. And they're trying to frame Edgeworth. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. Yeah, that sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Right. Unless this is... There's no way this is a long con, right? I think that maybe they expected him to get... No, because everyone benefit from it. Would you consider Gumshoe a himbo? It's not really my type, but sure. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, a prosecutor's responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who didn't like him. But now with this... Are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young! There's no better recipe I know for making enemies. Hey Dick, keep up the good work. Yes sir! Let's go for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes sir! You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, 'cause you're nice and dumb. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. It's making me sad. He's not a himbo? Right, exactly. That's why everyone's so friendly with him. No talent? Well, he's not young in anime years, so... Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack.
Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. What the fuck?
Are you actually good? He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything?
The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack.
His final attack? You mean...
when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl.
Me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl.
That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with a murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay?
His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon? It might jog his memory. Okay. Wait, what's this?
Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman.
A businessman? What made him take to serial killing?
One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
With his car? So it was an accident?
An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
An animal?
He killed a man that witnessed the...
He killed a man that witnessed the accident? Wait, why did I skip that? A kid walked by then, so he killed him too? A jogger came onto the scene and was killed as well, and finally he turned himself in? What the fuck? Seems he was a pretty careless animal.
Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
So he turned himself in?
Yes, but in the middle of the...
Hold on! That's not a serial killing. That's like a mass murder. Like, that wasn't like planned out amount of time between. He just fucking killed a ton of people at once?
But in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed.
The last witness? AKA Emma. What the fuck? Hold on, this is not a serial killer. This is not a serial killer case. Can I show you this? Ah, shit. Okay. Let's just show him the knife. Not that knife. This knife. About this.
Hey, is that...
It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of.
What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what was it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. What? This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Yeah, well anyway, take a guess where the broken tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body.
Okay.
It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Did it match Dark's knife?
You bet, down to the last fiber.
Okay. That's pretty conclusive. Finally! Neil's autopsy report. Stabbed in the back. Died from punctured heart and lung. A knife tip in the wound. Jesus. Pets! We can all agree Octavia's sleepy time is begging for bed. Thank you, Bren. She knows I'm gonna do it too. Do you see this? She's the best fucking cat in the universe. I just can't handle this. She's literally incredible. Oh, Free Play Arcade, thank you for the read. I really appreciate it. We're just patting Octavia's belly and trying to solve crime. Everything's good. Welcome. Ooh. Good girl. Welcome, welcome. She loves it. She does. Alright, back to the stabbing. Switchblade knife updated. Alright, so the broken tip was found in the victim's body belonging to the murderer Joe Dark. Well, there you have it, in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gaunt. God damn it. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. Wait, what? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Oh, breach of trust. Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. Okay, that's honestly fair. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted on the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into the office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. Something we could show him? The Blue Badger! I'm the only one who's appreciated your creation, so you should let me in. I want to read this. Name of the deceased, Neil Marshall, 27 male. Date and time of death, February 19th. 2 years and 2 days before our murder. Between 7 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. Cause of death, single stab wound piercing heart and lung. Assessment, died from blood loss and under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tin. Could I possibly show him? Maybe this? That's the ID card record, isn't it? Yes, there's only one number left to investigate at 4:20 p.m. The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number. Right, I forgot! That number, 7777777, we know has to be someone higher up. It's gotta be the fucking chief. That's 1 7 too many, Detective. An executive officer? I just might have a hunch. Okay, so that wasn't it. He gave me this, so it wouldn't be this. I've been studying up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. To think people were accusing him of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal. You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose. But Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. What if all he did was hit someone with a car? What if he didn't do any of them? What if he didn't do any of them? but it was his car. He had to have hit someone with his car. Can't believe Officer... Wait, you know Officer Marshall?
Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he gave me a small cactus.
Oh, really?
He said, Dick shall listen to all your troubles.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus.
Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. What? Why are you looking at me like that? About that jar. I think I've seen it before somewhere.
Somewhere?
Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from a previous life.
No! Yeah, Joe Dark is dead, so if he didn't do any of this, this is even more fucked up. With a last name like Dark, he has to be some sort of murderer. This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met.
Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me.
Chief Gaunt.
Where could I have seen that before?
In his fucking office, goddammit! It's in the picture! Now can I show this to you? No. Oops.
No locker can be opened without a fingerprint match. Besides, there's no reason for the murderer to touch his own locker.
Hey, wasn't your locker the one with the blood on it, detective? The handprint of the real murderer's gloved hand, without any fingerprints.
Shh! If they come to arrest me, you'll defend me, won't you?
If that happens, I think you'll do better pleading with Edgeworth. Yeah. Oops.
Alright, glove.
He doesn't care.
Oh, a lost item report, huh?
Very impressive, detective. You knew what it was right off the bat.
Well, I am a master of misplacement, you know.
Oh, master. That's such a cool ring to it.
The way I see it, if things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here.
Wow, higher power. Maybe I shouldn't let Emma hold any evidence. Wait, that's right. He's lost like 3 badges before. I wish I had one of them.
Hey, that powder's used for detecting fingerprints.
Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth gave it to us.
He did what? All I have is some flour.
What? Are you okay, detective?
Quick, run! Achoo!
Oh.
If it's any help, one time I took a nap on a bench with wet paint.
Why am I not comforted?
Okay.
I already showed him this. I wish he lost one of those in my office.
Hey, I just bought some of that stuff. Now I can go around detecting blood traces too.
Wow! Is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base height? Base height? Hey, let me see that. Looming tall, new and improved growth formula.
You mean this can't detect any...
Oh, he got looming tall and not luminol?
You mean this can't detect any blood traces?
Oh, well, it's not quite the same thing as luminol.
Oh, so that's why the lady at the counter had this smirk on her face.
What the fuck am I supposed to do with this boy? About this.
Hey, is that...
Oh wait, we already did this. The murder weapon. We didn't like unlock any more talking, did we? No, not yet. Shoot! Picture.
That's the photo that Miss Starr took.
Anything you can tell us about it?
That Miss Starr is quite the lady. Why, I remember it was winter. I was 16.
No, stop it. I've seen this before.
What the fuck?
Can I show him Goodman's ID?
This ID card belongs to the victim, Detective Bruce Goodman. You can do just about anything these days with a card and a secret number. Scary.
It's only scary because you keep dropping your card, Detective Gumshoe.
I forget my secret number a lot too. I'm scared of myself. But I'm me after all, and what could be wrong with that?
I think I'll stay out of this conversation. Oh, that's kind of cute. Yeah, the counter lady must have been pretty rude. There's gotta be something. Unless there's some evidence I'm missing. I guess that's possible. This guy almost made us lose the case today.
What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstain on that evidence locker with his life. That's more than you can say for most officers nowadays.
Jesus! It would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well. I have to admit, he's right though. Thanks to the Blue Badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. The possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15 p.m.
Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Skye to do such a thing? Oh, wait, I mean, sure, of course, someone else really did it. Someone who must have a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth.
What the fuck is there left to show you?
Hey, that's it! That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day.
Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe?
Of course, pal, I got an award for diligence myself.
I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken?
Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later.
Apparently he's forgotten. What the fuck? Do you just need my badge? Detective, here's my attorney's badge.
You show this to me every time we meet.
God damn it. I've showed him everything. I showed him everything! Fuck. The Blue Badger. He trademarked it. Yeah, we know this. Blee blah blue. Detectives' desks. Stop it. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling again. I got it. I'm the culprit. Very clever indeed. Who would have thought of multiple personalities? I don't see how else he could have done it. I guess it's time to have my head checked. Okay. I think it's way past time for that. Poster of a female officer. That's the babes in uniform. Strange.
Octavia is hiding evidence in her floof.
Rabble! Thank you so much for resubbing for an 11th month. I really appreciate that. And she might be Octavia. Octavia, honey. Hey, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? In here? Where could it be? Under here? I can't find it. She's hidden it too well. Yeah, Gumshoe's music is really good. Blue Badger DMCA takedown incoming. I've never been DMCA'd, but I have had my my VOD muted before. Mostly by Nintendo. Thanks, Nintendo. God forbid I play your video game with your music in it. He's staring at the screen so hard it might shatter. What? Police department makes fatal error? What do I do? Quick! Someone bring me the classifieds! Help wanted section! Oh god, so much for duty! Okay. I wonder if that's his cactus. The culprit of cuteness. No one can ever thoroughly search the flute. Yeah, look at her! She's fucking huge! So much foof. Shit. Alright, that didn't work. I don't know what I need to show to him to get him to help us. We've already showed her just like everything. Maybe the picture? Unless I'm supposed to show him... Did I not show him the... I mean, he gave me the autopsy report. Why do I need to show this to him? Yeah, no. She doesn't care. Aha! Aha! Maybe he's here now. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is! It looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? Oh, there's a crumpled paper on the floor. I need it. He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Oh, cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Okay. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. I have to say, for an asshole, he is taking responsibility. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. Oh!
We're investigating murders, Edgeworth. We're not content to merely defeat you in the current case, we're also messing up your old cases you thought were already done.
I guess we are kind of ruining his life. It does seem like it's all associated with us. Like, it's all our fault. I mean, it's not our fault. We're just uncovering it, but, you know, shoot the messenger. Thank you for the bits, Friday. Oh my god. What is this majestic shit that's happening? You enormous idiot. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors were banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That's odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture. Something seems strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this.
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back, right. The screwdriver, and Gaunt told him to do this. For someone named Edgeworth, he sure is very interested in jumping on his sword. Oh! Phoenix is used to handling Edgeworth's dirty laundry. It's true. It feels like most of what we've done. The existing prosecutor being killed explains why newbie Edgeworth got assigned to a mass murder case. That's true. That's absolutely true. I think at the beginning of this, I was like, how the fuck was his first case a serial killing? Oh yeah, Chief Gaunt asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was my piece. It was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to. That's right. Okay, let's show him the picture. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gaunt's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. I wonder if the K is for Keisatsu. But that's... I'm just trying to figure out why the fuck it was a K in English, whatever. Yes. The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Oh, it's got something on the bottom, too. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? That was the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind this design. A story? Sounds interesting. Oh, would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. What? This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Sure, everyone knows that. Haha, why don't you tell it, though? For Emma's sake. Very well. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed would slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait. Yeah, objection! That's impossible. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive, but then again, you've heard this story before, right? What? Yeah. Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of those items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, that's fucking great. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Ah! Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. But where did the halberd go? That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gaunt. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Abolished? Chief Gaunt. It was Gaunt. That's the murder weapon. This is the fucking... No, wait, it's not the murder weapon. The part that's gone is the murder weapon. Which means... Where the fuck is it? In his locker, maybe? Or... Skye's office? 2 years ago, the halberd was removed at Gaunt's behest, giving it its current form. Okay. Okay. I think... Hold on. Mr. Edgeworth has such a comfy sofa. I'm not looking at the sofa. Shut up. Stop dreaming about him having sofa hair. He won such a prestigious award. Why would he just leave it on the couch? Oh, or not. Somewhere, something that looked like that. Only different. No, where was that? She's right. Something is amiss here. Yeah, okay, we already did that. Oh, I want the paper. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is standing right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. Oh god, he didn't even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, Wright. I feel as if something inside me has died. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, none of it was your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation, I wonder if I can use it for anything? That's what I can show. I'm gonna show this to Gumshoe, and he's gonna let us in. Due to recent events, I hereby announce my resignation as public prosecutor. He really wrote a resignation letter. Wow, even when resigning, Mr. Edgeworth is cool and concise. Still, it wasn't his fault. Someone has to be held responsible. That's how it is in the grown-up world. Yeah, but that responsibility means nothing if he just quits. Well, not everyone sees it that way. To truly take responsibility, you should have to work the rest of your life for no pay. Okay, no, hold on. That's one tough grown-up world. Hey, Hessian. You can't resign. You're my rival. Work desk. All right. We know what to do. We haven't saved in a bit either, so I'm gonna save here. We haven't saved it all, actually. Okay. Let's take this to Gumshoe. There is no way. Oh, is someone here? Excuse me. Oh, hi. God damn it, I have things to do. Would either of you care for a 1/4 pound of roast beef? Miss Starr, I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk? That's not how that happened. I fucking guarantee it. Oh my god. Could you get fucking cuter? If our rival resigns, does that mean we won? No, because you're supposed to befriend your rival. I don't think that's how it works. Work without pay? This lady has CEO in her future? Oh god. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. Fuck. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw.
Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten.
Miss Starr's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago.
Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell.
Oh, you mean because of his brother's death?
They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate.
Her? Wait.
Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gaunt. We did befriend our rival. Now after he resigns, he'll come back to work with us. Wait, why are we trying to stop him from resigning? Yeah, that would be cool if he worked with us. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out.
Wait, you mean with the forging of the evidence?
Don't get me wrong. Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. When Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor, Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. Okay, finally someone... This is my take on the matter. Okay, wait. So, Angel believes Lana was framed. Or a pawn. I wonder if maybe having her see Lana do a murder was then supposed to make her not care about her?
She was being used. Hold on.
Damon Gaunt and Lana Skye. Gaunt led in the investigation. With Lana second in command, they were the best. They solved all kind of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gaunt's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produce the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Everything is coming back to Gaunt. Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated everything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Wait, Mr. Marshall? Is he Magneto? Maybe. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that?
Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gaunt's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one would stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. Has Lana been blackmailed for 2 years? What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Hey, look at this fucking picture. You don't have anything else to tell me? What? I don't want your rice. Shit. I don't think she'll... Alright. Yeah, lots of ruined lives. Not to mention the pile of dead bodies that may or may not have been killed by the guy who died for them. Oh, you're back! You're still here. I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ! You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ! I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. Huh? I'm not letting you into the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Yeah, I know what it is. Hey. Edgeworth is resigning. So. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence, but we betrayed him. Oh, detective. That's it. I've made up my mind. But... Here, take my ID card. Yay! We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. All right, detective. Thank you. Gumshoe's ID tucks swiftly into pocket. A police department ID card allows access to areas of the PD open to detectives. Alright, we did it. Look at his dumb picture! What's his number? Is it... Detective Gumshoe isn't very photogenic, is he? Whatever you do, just don't say that to his face. He's all like shoulders and torso. He's like a big refrigerator. He's like Chris Redfield. This also explains why Von Karma had so much free reign back in the previous games. If Starr's theory is right, then Gaunt also has been manipulating cases from the start? Yeah, I think so. Look, his eyes are half shut. Yeah, and his mouth is half open. Hey, each of his shirt buttons is off a notch. Oh, and he's got the narrow end of his tie in front. I think this goes beyond being a photogenic issue. Yeah, I think all of them say Sergeant, Blurry Sergeant on them.
Alright. We can finally do it. I'm gonna save again. The Gumworth ship is ready to leave the port. Oh god. Oh wait, no. It was... I think the thing is located here. Yeah, Chief's office. Alright. Hopefully... Yeah, we don't blare the organ this time. Here goes Mr. Wright. Okay, it worked. Just reminded you of Grandia. That statue is in here too. With a sword, like a daggery thing. Okay, we're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner.
If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Ah! Ah!
Oh, why did you follow us? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost.
Ah! Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that?
I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too.
If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID card crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Oh no!
Hey, don't do that to my card!
Oops.
I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
You really do want to get her fired, don't you?
Now if we're lucky.
Not if we're lucky. I thought you said now if we're lucky. You don't want to be a cop anymore. Come hang out with me. I wasn't sneaking. People just don't notice me.
Yeah. Now come on, let's see what we can find out.
I've got a bad feeling about this. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes. That's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now?
No, sir. This is the entirely Chief Gaunt's office now. He practices a strict policy of
preserving the crime scene? That's a strange reason to leave it there.
He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk?
No one except Chief Gaunt. And the cleaning lady who's in here each morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. No, there have to be clues. Phoenix, Edgeworth, and Gumshoe should all retire together to a little house in the country. They could just watch scary movies together and try to solve them.
Can I ask you something? Oh, sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be. No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Okay, let's look around a bit more.
Hey, hold on! Not so fast, buddy!
Huh? What is it?
When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal! You don't just let it go with that!
Sorry! Okay, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you?
You two don't think Chief Gaunt might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gaunt? So it's finally come to this. Oh, he's so fucking guilty. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet.
There you go, ignoring me again.
Oh, he's bad as fuck. Like, he's definitely at fault. Why is there a safe here? This is a safe, isn't it?
Safe? That word is ripe with intrigue.
Okay, if you say so. It It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. A 7-digit number. I think I know what it is.
Do you know what it is?
I have a hunch.
Oh, I know! You want to try my birth date. It's...
No! I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Fuck yeah. Bingo. What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was it, pal?
7777777. The final fucking ID card on the record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day.
You mean 77777? That number?
I think you're 1 7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. Chief Gaunt's ID number. Yes. Say, anyone care to look inside? I should have looked at other things first. Hold on. Wait, we should look at other things first, because I'm afraid once I do this, it's gonna be like, hello, bitch, I'm here.
Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside.
This is the 15th floor.
I know, I was just saying.
Saying what?
Ever since making detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So long as he doesn't go crashing through that fucking window when he gets fired. Don't say that! These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park. This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. It looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here?
No? But Chief Gaunt must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff of legends are made of.
Nah. Does he keep it in the memory in the memory of her or memory of the crime? Yes. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma.
After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here, then went along with Chief Gaunt to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead a few hours later.
Gee, you think?
The Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department.
It's on the 2nd floor, and this is on the 15th floor of an entirely different building.
When a detective screws up, the Chief calls them to this office and makes them listen to the organ for hours.
What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. What the fuck? That's like weird, manipulative shit.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears.
So it's an instrument of punishment, literally? That's torture. But aren't the Chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway.
That's beside the point. Stupid. Everyone is stupid. Wow, look at the size of the Chief Gaunt's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you two. Chief Gaunt. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence?
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name.
Huh? The SL9 incident? I wonder what
this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say?
I said, I wonder what...
No, about the evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long?
That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence.
A half-size list of evidence? A list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. The Chief must be hiding something about this case. It would appear so. Evidence list added to the court record. A list of evidence in the SL9 incident was ripped in half, so this part is all I've got.
Huh? Huh? What the fuck?
I wonder what that is. Looks like some kind of sketch. What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about this for now? Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? I better not forget about this picture. Okay. It was the thinker? Oops. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons.
Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations.
First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. Wait, no, you don't have any taxes to pay anyway. You're...
Shh, be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding his arm
in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be.
Why can't I click on this again? We found this inside the drawer. A list of evidence from the SL9 incident. Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list. What would this list be doing here? We better look a little more into the list. You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor from here...
At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window.
Really? Why didn't he?
They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view.
Oh. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. Scooby-Doo vibes?
Alright. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
Look, it's a
shard from a broken cup.
No. This somehow looks familiar. I've seen this before. It's from the pottery. There's something else in here, too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. This is a handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up that design?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? This is all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now.
A piece of cloth with a handprint on it. And a broken shard from a cup.
They look like pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here.
Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's got to be something we can show the detective. Yes, there is! Can I put it back together? This thing doesn't have a bottom. That's weird. I wonder which side is up. What's the purpose of a bottomless jar? Anyway, we need to show him this. I have so much evidence in this case, it's ridiculous. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar?
I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days.
It's kind of early to be nostalgic. It was yesterday. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right. The one of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it.
Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found.
You mean this one that was in the safe?
Yes, that one! That was in the safe. Come on, Gumshoe. Yes!
Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits.
Assemble. Avengers, assemble. Morning, Mr. Jawbones. Just did an experiment and found that no, you cannot watch Twitch streams from a plane. Oh my god. Well, that's good to know. I think even if you paid for their internet, I don't even know if you'd be able to do it. But I'm sorry. We've done some sleuthing since you planed. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this.
Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gaunt was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Really? Do I actually have to... Yay! There, it fits like a charm. That, of course, means... Chief Gaunt willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. It's so difficult, this puzzle. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But...
Hey guys, get a load of this!
What is it?
This piece you just attached is different from the others.
Huh? Yeah, there's like a... Wait, is that... There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line? That's blood.
I don't get it. Oh, why would Chief Gaunt hide this in his safe?
Unstable jar updated. Okay. Evidence from the SL9 incident. Final fragment found in Chief Gaunt's safe. Blood traces. Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. Looks like blood. This piece the chief has is different, though. The blood stains on the other pieces are just spots, but this one's a line. That's odd.
I wonder if I can...
Excuse me. Look for blood in here. Oops.
Hey, I just bought some of that stuff. Now I can go around to tech...
Wait. Oh, I'm presenting it. Oops. I didn't mean to present it. Sorry, dude. Damn, I really thought there was gonna be blood on that. Oh, whatever. There it is. I don't think these traces would still be here. Whoa, this area must have been covered in blood. Is this from that incident? It must be. When Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. 2 years have passed, so the reaction's kind of dull. So a murder really did take place here. Now on the ground, I can see Octavia's glorious blue. Good. I hope your flight went well. I hate fucking planes so much. It's always an ordeal. And then again, when they're like an hour long, it's not so bad. Oh my god, Octavia Cam's been up for like an hour. You got an extra half hour of Octavia Cam, you're welcome. I got wrapped up in the case. Goodbye, Meow. Oh, right, I'm not allowed to just use that. Nowadays? Wait! Oh, goddamn! Objection! Alright. Thank you, Spooky Bad Sheep Ghost. I guess she's back. They also have to take the long way around somewhere in Eastern Europe.
Eh?
Oh yeah, the cleaning lady must not be using bleach. This is so weird.
I feel a lot better now that this jar is complete.
But it only raises another question. What was a piece of it doing in the chief's safe?
More importantly, why wasn't there any money in there? Isn't that what safes are for, anyway?
I have a feeling the outcome of tomorrow's trial just might hinge on this. It's there in the picture. That's what the chief was reading before, wasn't it? You know, when we first came in here, yeah, it looks like the right side of the form's been torn off. So Mr. Edgeworth's list really was only half of the whole thing.
Something else is bugging me more than that. Take a look at the back of that form, pal.
The back? I did, but then I had to hide it. If I'm fired, I won't be able to give you any information. God damn it. Okay. I spray. Oop. This mark looks like some kind of flower.
Word is it's designed after the insignia on the prosecutor's badge.
Prosecutor's badge?
Yeah, like the one hanging from your collar.
What? They have badges too?
The design's supposed to portray the severity of the punishment system.
Huh? Now that you mention it, it does look all pointy and kind of painful. But Mr. Edgeworth never wears a badge.
That's because he's a sharp dresser. A badge like that wouldn't go too well with his outfit.
So sharp dressers don't need to wear badges?
I guess everyone just kind of lets it slide.
I don't see how that's supposed to signify severe punishment. I'm so sleepy. What the fuck? Wait. Wait, there's an ocarina in there. I would have expected more blood for some reason. Alright. Alright, buddy. Look at this. Right, please. I'm the prosecution on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. What? No. I'm trying to help him! Oh my fucking god. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gaunt's office. We already saw this. It's different. Oh, they're gonna tell us a stupid story. No, we did this before. There's no blood on this thing. Jacket's even lacier than the usual one. Lucky jacket. But we've never seen him wear it. Yeah, I saw this. Oops. You wouldn't know anything about this, would you? No. Maybe I can show it to her. She doesn't care. I feel like I missed something in the asshole's office. Now what is he doing? Oh, Francesca, you're more lovely than a marsupial in... Quiet, John Mark. Words will just spoil the moment. Now hold me close. Yes, this approach allows for much more intrigue. Okay. He's not even writing crime novels anymore. He's just... Okay. Do your thing, dude. Good job. What did we miss then? Must have missed something. We looked at the other side of this thingy. Maybe I meant to show it to him after looking at it? It's weird. I thought I was going to show it to Edgeworth. But he specifically says not to present it. He's at the steamy sex scene of his novel. Who would write something like that at work? Blech. Authors start at work? You know what I mean. You've seen the other people that work there. Yeah, that's true. Shouldn't they lock the safe again? Otherwise Marshall might come along and think he was able to open it. I think Marshall's about to get his, like, shit taken away. Oops. I can't show that to him, can I? No one will talk to me. Remember getting a bit stuck around this time of the level? We were doing really, really well. I haven't gotten stuck at all yet. I feel like the way that this game has logically been working, something should have happened when I was in there. I found some stuff. Like, we repaired the thingy. Is new evidence of this game always added to the last page? If it's new, it's added to the last page. Like, brand new. Like, this stuff. But, like, this updated, right? So it didn't move. Used to work at a factory with a guy who would go in early so he could print out erotic fiction with the front desk computer. He'd often leave it in the printer if he forgot or got rushed away from his desk. Oh. That would be so embarrassing. To think I got embarrassed, like, at my work printing out insurance forms for the job. Don't look, please. Yeah, the puddle is old blood, but we've looked at it. What have I missed? We found this inside the drawer. A list of evidence from the SL9 incident. Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of the list. See, that's why I thought I needed to bring it to him. And it keeps telling me to look at the other side. Oops. But I've looked at the other side multiple times. Unless there's something specific on here I need to see? Maybe. Oops. Damn it. Get back in there. Have already mashed all the things on all the other people's faces. We've done a lot of it. I don't want to like re-go through every single thing again though. I've tried to give them new stuff. All the new stuff I've given, I've tried to smoosh in their faces, and they won't say anything new. Anyway, I'm sure we'll find it. Has small girl power led us to victory yet? No. Small girl power has been holding us back a little, and then it makes up for it and evens out. The sketch proves it was Meekins masterminding the whole thing. I can't reselect the blood puddle, even when I'm in the thing. Yeah, you can't use this. It just exists. I can't like re-examine this, which is a little weird. Unless I talk to him again. Sisters. No one's using it. He preserves it. You know what? There was a choice that I couldn't make in one of these conversations, I think. Yeah. I think it's this. Gaunt may be a suspect. I think it's this. I think before I couldn't do it because I didn't have all the evidence. Yes, Chief Gaunt, so it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. Fuck! Ah! I thought I found it. I thought it was gonna be like, haha! I just need to do this conversation at the right time. Oh, Hessian, thank you for gifting a sub to Snick. I pronounced your name wrong, I think, again, but thank you so much, Hess. That's very sweet. When in doubt, spam emotes? Yeah. Thought that vase was a fish for a second? What? This little thing? On the right side of the office? I like his shitty phone. The one in the drawer. This? It's pretty good. Alright. Oh, maybe... Why didn't this fill in? ID card. Maybe we can fill it in now. There's only one number left to investigate. The victim. Someone other than... Yeah, but we just figured it out. But I just did it! I proved it because I put the 7777 number in to the safe and it opened. The sketch proves that the Blue Badger planned the murders all along. Yeah, it had to be the Blue Badger, our number one suspect. No, all of this is Gaunt's doing. I know it. Like, there's no way. We finally figured it out. I just can't do anything about it yet. There's nothing on the front. It's gonna be really boring, but... I already looked at the back. Stop telling me to look at the back. I already looked at the back. We literally like just did all these. Gave him a cactus. This is what we just did. What was the piece of it doing in the chief's safe? Why wasn't there any money in there? He's gonna say that the Blue Badger protected it or whatever. Can't look at this. This is so annoying. There's gotta be something I need to do with the two new pieces of evidence. And I only have a couple people I can even talk to. Can I show them to you? We already tried this, didn't we? Aha! This jar is pretty fragile. It looks like it's about to break apart. What do you mean about to? It's already broken. I meant again. This piece was found in Detective Gisman's evidence locker. That means this is somehow related to that other incident. Okay, that didn't work. Maybe we show her this? There's only one number left to check out. That's right. We now know that the other numbers aren't related to the murder. 7777777, an executive officer. 77777. Oh, I believe that's one too many sevens. We can't find out whose number this is unless we have some incriminating evidence. That's going to be hard to dig up by tomorrow. I literally have it! I fucking have it, I just don't know how to get this to register. Capitalist pig, I will pet this cat. She's gonna get annoyed by me putting it this much, I wonder. Hit your head on the wall. Yeah, cat fluff. Gross. Yes. I'm gonna have to brush her tonight again. She has so much floof. She is very soft. It's true. Are all blue badgers secretly the same entity distributed across time and space plotting the downfall of humanity? Fuck if I know. She doesn't care about that. Nana. Yeah, very funny. I showed her this. She doesn't care. Did anything else get updated? Maybe this? Why would this have been in the car's exhaust pipe? It's evidence from an old case. Knife was stolen the day of the transferal. Oh. Oh, wait. Have I... I don't know if this is gonna work though. Hey you. What about this? Hey, that's it! That's the king of... Wait, did we already show him this? He got an award. Say, this design's based on an old Chinese parable, right? Yeah, everyone knows that. There was this, dragon. Yeah, that's it, a dragon! He had a thing for shields, see? That's not exactly the version we heard. No, but this one sounds more exciting. Anyway, it gets kind of gory after that. I'll spare you the details. God damn it! Fuck! We got new dialogue and I thought I did it. Ah! Ever since that's been an option, I just redeem it as soon as I hit 5k points because cat need pet. Yeah. The blue badgers like those angel things from Doctor Who. That's terrifying. I feel, my brain is starting to feel fucking stupid again. Want a big hint? No, never. This was taken on that day 2 years ago, the day Joe Drake ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After he received this award, Mr. Marshall took the picture, then went along to Chief Gaunt to question Drake. I bet he never knew he'd be dead a few hours later. Wait. I don't think she'll let me show her anything. Just in case. Because we're in one of those weird moments again. Oops. I don't want to look at this. I don't know why she would care about that. I know I'm going through old evidence, but you never know. If I missed something, right? So if I miss something, then this is the result. Thorough checkage. And ruling out us having to talk to her at all is probably helpful. It's so weird. I knew the code to get in, so I don't know why it didn't immediately connect it to Gaunt. It felt like it should have. Because I knew the number. I know it has to be his number because it's higher up. Etc., etc. Oops. Maybe he has gloves or something? Oh god, no, there's a cat here on my mic. Yeah. She won't even look at the picture. That's surprising to me. Yeah, she literally won't respond to any of this. Alright, just in case. I know we already did this one. The just in case. God damn it, you nerds. Alright, we absolutely cannot talk to her at all. So Lana is a no. On evidence. It sucks because I wish. Wait. Don't have anything to tell you. Damn it. You don't know anything about the vase? It was in a... Or the evidence list? This is so weird. Wait. Did he use this glove? Is that why that was open? I wonder if the person in charge has access to everybody's thing. And then the reason this was loose is because he had taken it out and done... No, because Goodman came in with him. They must have looked at this. And then he must have, like, left it. I wonder if he killed him with the pair of this glove. And that explains why he's wearing a glove. This is a left-hand glove, too. At least we're ruling people out. I really want to not do the rest of them because I really don't think she'll say anything, but I don't actually know what's going to happen, so. Oops. Still don't like Lotta Hart? Yeah, I don't like Lotta Hart either. She's really annoying. And honestly, incredibly unhelpful. For no reason, too. At least most people have, like, a motive. But she was just annoying for no reason. Alright. Angel has literally nothing to say. Supposed to repeat something. They're all checked off though. I don't think that makes sense. I've presented you with everything, right? We definitely showed her all the new stuff. What's his face isn't here? Huh? Feels like a movie. Talking about the weather. Okay. I'm gonna figure this out. I'm going to figure this out. Take a look at the back of the form. The back. Question mark. I did look at the back, and you'd think that would have triggered something else, but it didn't. He's helping Edgeworth. Can't believe Officer Marshall. We know him. Bleepity bleep blop. We built this together. Why was there a piece here? Why doesn't he have any money? Lockers. Fingerprints. Blood. It feels like it almost feels like he was supposed to come in and like catch us in here. Lost item report. Master of misplacement. The way I see it, yeah. Lost things should stay lost. He doesn't care about the screwdriver. Wait, do you want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea. Alright, go to town. Huh? What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints! Huh? It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in this— Oh my fucking god! I couldn't use the fingerprint stuff, so I had to talk about it with him to get it to trigger. There we go. Yes. Oh, haha, I knew that's the one with the handprint on it, right? Jeez, where's your sense of humor? Finally. Okay, thank God. Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. All right, let's get this over with. This is the one that we were able to identify before, so. Yep. Wait. Huh? I gave it my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints. But it doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger. Look at the thumb. Ugh. Oh, that's not that bad. Okay, different finger. That one looks pretty clear. Ooh, that one's good. Eh? It's not his finger? It's Emma's finger? Why does he have her handprint? No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Yeah, I feel like if they had added the cloth to my inventory, it would have made so much more sense. I agree with you. Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Why are we lying? Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints.
Psst, hey you, over here. What? What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe?
Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now.
Here, maybe you should hold on to this.
Okay. Found in Chief Gaunt's safe, evidence for something, but what? Bears Emma Skye's prints. Well, now I'm fucking confused.
Well, was I any help?
Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Oh, now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it weren't for his ID card, he would have been useless? Wait, is that him? Oh no, it is him. Isn't that right, you in the coat?
Ah! Chief Gaunt!
See? Find all the evidence, he shows up, we get caught. That's exactly what I said was gonna happen, but it didn't fucking happen because I got stuck in a stupid thing where I couldn't find out this... whatever. We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out the window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then I had a thought of a certain detective.
Oh, do you mean me, sir?
Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat.
Me, sir?
Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore.
But, sir...
Now get out.
Yes, sir!
Fuck. We'll be on our way too then. Wait. You, the one without the spiky hair. Oh! Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. I am not leaving her alone in here. Mr. Wright? No. No! Oh my god, we left her with him? That's the worst thing we could have possibly fucking done. What the fuck? Hold on. I don't know if you guys can hear that. I'll unmute myself. There's a bunch of protesters with guns on my street. They're saying it's Black Lives Matter, but I saw like 3 guys with a gun, so hold on.
You can't have guns in Oregon, dude.
I know. That sign says abolish LGBTQ.
Discrimination. There's more words on the sign.
Why would they make those darker? You can't read that part. Dude, your sign is really bad. Alright, we're fine. That's good. It's always weird here because people can like open carry guns here and it freaks me out, but it's fine. It looks like it was a tiny good protest, but having the people in front hold guns freaks me out every time. It's fine, it's fine. We're good. But there were like 4 people with drums too. Just like drumming it up. Sorry, I just touched the thing. I can't hear anything and I'm wondering if I unplug myself. Yeah, I mean, that happens here. It's fine. It just doesn't help that the first person I saw when I looked out the window had a big gun. Also, the sign that I was trying to read, it said, it had like four sections, but all you could read were the bright colors that said abolish LGBTQ. And then it was two darks on black, so I'm like, what? But apparently it said abolish LGBTQ hate crimes or something? Yeah. Guys, if you're going to make a sign, make the important part be legible, please. Yeah. Very easy to mistake that. Nice job, guys. Yeah, Octavia doesn't care. She's fine. No, it's fine. Yeah, don't dead open inside. I'm just surprised. I wonder... I think it's the anniversary of something. What day is it? Anyway. Yeah, it was super tiny. I was just surprised because I heard a drum line coming and I was like, what the fuck? And we do live on a main street currently, so... Yeah. I know some protesters we've gotten photos of are people carrying because they feel like they need the security. Yeah, this was super tiny. It was definitely less than like 100 people. I just wasn't expecting it. There haven't been a lot of protests at our street since last year, so. But yeah. Open carry gun stuff freaks me out. Yeah, yeah. I thought that was yesterday though, but maybe it's today. People have been trying to abolish crimes for a while. We're working on that now, actually. Let's catch a fake murderer and feel good about it, and hope it actually is the chief of police, because that would actually be a little therapeutic. Yeah, it was yesterday. Okay. Abolish crimes. Anyway, everything's fine. It's good. Octavia's comfortable. Though she's going away now. Sorry. It's not my fault. Excuse me, fake murderer. This game is very real. Oops. On this day in history, construction began in Walt Disney World in Florida. In 1969. Shit. Anyway. Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. Jesus, I turned it up too loud. God! Okay, fine. Thank you, Xerxes. I guess she's back. Objection again. Octavia, your people need you. If only she could... I almost said commit crimes. She can, and she's done it. Especially bathroom crimes. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? What? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. And I didn't have him come in. He just followed me. Cats are stinky criminals? Yeah. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Okay, now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gaunt was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Yes! Okay, so we don't know why Lana isn't talking about it. And we don't know why he has a, like, piece of cloth with Emma's fingerprints. That's so weird. Anyway, you listen to me. I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. No, don't do that. Okay. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions. I can't believe we left her up there. So she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Shit. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in the court. In the court? In court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Wait, what? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. That's just stubbornness. Oh, welcome, Use? Welcome. Rare to see his attorney on Twitch. Oh, well, I'm very I'm loving it, so it's very good so far. And thank you. No save, no save? What? Actually, we probably should save soon. We're probably going to get a save before court starts, I hope. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Okay, now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Yes, I have to admit I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. Why would she say that? I think that she is both afraid of Gaunt and protecting her sister somehow because he had her handprint. Why the fuck would he have that? If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? Did you just fall off? Fucking Gaunt! Take that! Well, Miss Skye? Mr. Wright, you were addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? Okay. Damon Gaunt. We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he's respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it though that Chief Gaunt's name was never mentioned? Chief Gaunt? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gaunt. If you intend to accuse Chief Gaunt, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gaunt falsified evidence in that case. Okay. Here you go. I just found this in a safe at the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gaunt himself. Now tell me, why are you taking the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder. Wait, really? Hey, Shia. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you are not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. You 6914, thank you so much for following. I super appreciate it. Welcome. High tier blackmail for sure. Always assume they're standing here. I thought they were sitting, but the way that she turns around makes me think that, yeah, she's standing up. Even though there's definitely a chair there. The murder weapon. You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. Wait, the knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. Okay! So Skye did it, or Angel, okay. Angel did see, okay. Okay. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes. It seems that I got blood on the victim's shoe as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr. Okay. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what had happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma was so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. Wait, a bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gaunt, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you fucking call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Shit. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. He'd already stolen the ID card? After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Huh? Wait, tomorrow's trial, there's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. Oh, God! Stop trying to win? No? Yeah. Stop trying to win, Phoenix Wright. No. Alright. Holy shit. Final day trial. Alright, this is our last chance. Her back must turn 85 degrees or something, like an owl's neck. I wonder if this means there's 2 ways this trial can go. I have no idea, and please don't tell me. But, yeah, I'm also a little curious. Anyway, thank you for being here. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to go eat something. If you're new, feel free to drop a follow. Thank you all so much for being here. It's really sweet. It's nice. Make sure to vote in the poll when we beat this game, which we might be able to do today. We are playing whatever wins that. Exclamation mark poll for a link to that. Also, exclamation mark Discord will get you a link to our Discord. Feel free to join. I'm going to go get snacks, and we should play some music because there's no music in the game once again. Have some vegetables. This is Louis Zong music. Enjoy! Hello, I'm back. The song is called Red Onions. It brings me joy. Alright, shut up. We have crime to solve. Alright, the final day, the final trial. I don't know how I'm going to do this, but we'll see. Ow, my body. All right, we're at February 25th. This is the defense lobby. I mean, defendant lobby, all right, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if... Something's been happening behind the scenes. That's illegal! Mia. You can't do it. They stole our small girl power. I need that power. Something's been happening behind the scenes. Who said that? Oh. Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. Ah, thank you, Malkits. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and the Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. Wait, this is the first time he's ever done something like this. Huh? Interesting. I wonder... Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright. Ugh! That didn't make me feel any better. Where the fuck is Lana? Okay, this is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gaunt has on her, it's now. Okay, let's fucking go. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The defense is so not ready. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is where the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. Huh? But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make? Chief Gaunt? Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Ajib, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? This is bad. Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. Wait, she wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted a request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. No! What the fuck? What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. What? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! Objection! Yes, objection! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. She's firing me! But Lana, Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Oh. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation.
No! Objection! Objection again!
Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
This can't be fucking happening!
It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant...
Objection!
Edgeworth? One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature.
Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut,
I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gaunt.
What?
Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be! Fuck yes! With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes.
Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy.
I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
To whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of the truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Holy shit! What is happening?
Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gaunt?
Don't ask him!
Worthy, you'll live to regret this, mark my words.
Hello? Threatening the... Okay, no one cares. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Is she even here? Okay, looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Oh, she is here. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is. Holy shit.
My name is Mr. Jawbones and my occupation is twitch.tv/Karkalla stream watcher.
Oh my god! Mr. Jawbones, thank you for resubbing. Thank you for all the support. What perfect timing to be playing this game. Thank you. Put that on your taxes. Occupation. Watches Twitch. Oh, also, Bianc, say goodbye to Octavia Cam. Shoop. Yeah, Mr. Jawbones is a fancy TV person. It's very cool. Is it deductible? Nothing's deductible. Anyway.
Oh, well, okay then.
Okay, he sure gave in fast. That's good, though. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. shit. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. No, he was stabbed in the back. No, he was stabbed in the back. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. It's all mine. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Okay. Sorry, kiddo. I've got to press everything. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. Why? 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes. She was second in command under the then Deputy Chief of Police, Gaunt. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gaunt and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man came running and took me hostage. Hold on, I have to double check. Where? See? Stabbed in the back. Okay. A man came running and took me hostage. Why is Wright still here? I don't know. I was technically, like, fired, so... Who fucking knows? A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? No one can say... Whatever. Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Skye in Gaunt's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gaunt and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. I almost forgot about Gaunt. No, I didn't! Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Mia, can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the fucking victim! Hear more. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. Oh my god, I have that picture. She mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
Ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has very important meaning. Why? But the last list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes.
That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken.
But I did draw it, I swear! I'm not just imagining it.
This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. This scene that imprinted an image in your mind, can you please describe it to us?
The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. No, he didn't. That must have been a real shock. Why did I say that? Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly.
Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage.
When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them.
Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. Okay. I hate doing this, but... Let's do this first. I don't want to, like, prove her wrong immediately. I want to... Actually... We're gonna need all the help we can get. It's not a contradiction, though. And this is a contradiction. So, you know what? Let's do this. He wasn't stabbed in the chest. We know he was stabbed in the back. Your Honor, that statement... Wait, what? It does. I don't...
You don't see a contradiction? There's literally...
Fuck you. That's exactly why I did that. Bullshit. No, 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 no. I'm not... Fuck you. Picture of stupid garbage. Literally, back versus front. It's a clear contradiction, but whatever you say, game, I'm not dealing with your bullshit today. Everyone knows the chest is the same as the back. Fuck me, I guess. Alright. Stupid game. If you stab it hard enough, you'll stab someone through the chest. Ah, yes, the old chest back. This part. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that the prosecutor for that case... As the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! Behold! Why would I say behold? This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Turn it... Whoa! What is this? No, turn it a little more over. Yes, what is that?
Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew!
Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here. He's holding him by something.
Objection!
Eh? What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Hey, I tried to give it to you and you wouldn't take it. Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have an access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here, where they were torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you.
What? What? Order, order. But, Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor.
Are you all right, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging out from your head.
The judge did something competent. I know, it's a miracle. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. I didn't even think of that.
Yes, that is quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth.
It is possible. Let's see. Oh!
Is something wrong?
Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing.
That thing? That thing that was dancing in the evidence room?
Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. Oh, I guess he was out of scrap paper. List of evidence in the SL9 incident. Half the list was found in Gaunt's desk.
Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seems to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
That's it? That's all I have? To think a flash of lightning can burn such an image in your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Jesus, okay. She's gonna object to her own testimony. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gaunt and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in her mind.
Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows.
Hold it!
So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Brains do have a tendency to fill in gaps. It's true. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? After that, I must have fainted.
Hold it!
You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry.
Objection!
The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey! I'm not the bad guy here! Anyway, this picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. I wonder if I'm meant to show this now? I feel like I maybe am. It's so silly because showing it earlier made more sense.
Objection!
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? How do I show chest? I don't think I'm gonna be able to click the right spot. Let's try this. I don't think that worked. I think it's this part? No. Okay. The act of making an innocent girl cry should warrant the death penalty? Fuck off. Hold on. Let me try again.
Take that!
I don't think that's right either. I have to, like, get to the chest somehow. Or maybe I'm supposed to be doing the weapon? It could be the weapon. Also, if these had, like, interesting ways that they ended, if you fucked up, I would do it, but we've lost before and it didn't matter, so. It's really just a time waster.
Objection!
Alright. Alright.
Take that!
It's gotta be the weapon then. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see the tip is broken. What the fuck? I'm supposed to understand that from what she drew? What if it was just... Okay. First of all, they're literally blob men. Second of all, she could have just drawn it as a square because it's a knife. Like, I get it. I get what they're trying to go for, but I don't think... Maybe if she had drawn it as like a little cutout, the way that the knife actually is, that would make sense. I definitely thought what they meant was like, look, he's grabbing him here and gonna stab him in the chest. Also, we have no idea if this is like after he drew back.
Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See, the murder weapon. The tip is broken too. Oh my god, because she... Okay, regardless. That means she was fed the information.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
Objection!
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken.
What's the meaning of this?
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. Are we really not going to talk about how she thought he was stabbed in the front and he was stabbed in the back? Whatever. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right, but what does this mean?
Hey! The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation to the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. We can't just yell objection at each other. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin water. Thin water? Thin ice, right? I know what I'm talking about. I'm a lawyer. Objection, Your Honor. The murder victim is a human being, but it clearly shows a blob man. Damn it. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ah!
Order, order, order! Are you saying the investigation was really corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. Hey, Tylo. Nerds! You're the nerd. Who's going to jail for gaslighting this poor little girl 2 years ago? Fucking everybody, I hope. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gaunt. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife.
What are the chances of there being two broken knives?
Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been another one? Yes, there is another one. It's the stupid trophy. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon.
Take that!
If anything's broken here, it's you. What?
I'm sure this must all be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright, but may I remind you the fate of Lana
Skye hangs in the balance. You fucker! This really was, though.
Stupid assholes.
The answer lies in the past. I had to show them the picture of it, which is stupid, but I figured it would work for either one, so I was gonna show them the actual one, but fuck me, I guess. Right here inside this picture. This picture of the awards ceremony. Ah!
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. I fucking tried, man. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order, order, order. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors' award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have to have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! Oh, well, that's not true. We could just grab it.
But the prosecutor was the one who actually died.
That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Huh? Hold it. Wait! I remember now! I remember everything! Yes! Help me.
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth.
What is it?
Could you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list? The one with the picture scribbled on the back?
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
Huh? What?
You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye?
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, first the knife mix-up and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. I have no fucking idea. Emma's recollection. When I saw the man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. What? Time to arrest the chief for plagiarism. I'm so confused.
This is certainly most unusual.
Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Stop, please. Don't pursue this any further. Lana?
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Skye.
We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. Okay, it seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. What the fuck? When I saw that man raise his knife... Which one? When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark? Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident. It is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you... I panicked and rushed toward both of them. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Drake was the one holding the knife. But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that guy... I keep saying Drake. When that guy, Dark guy, knocked me down, all I could think of was, I've got to help that other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. What do you mean you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Skye was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then what happened next? Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. Are you sure about that? Of course. See, I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who thought of this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. That's why she kept saying he seemed ominous, like he was about to do something bad. It's true. She's telling the truth. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. We were 15 feet up. Or floors up. His shadow? You mean you didn't actually see his face? With its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. I guess your hair doesn't look like that. Cowboy hat? No. Eh? This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. No. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means, show us what the shadow really was. Wait. Was it the pot? What was it Emma saw when the lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger really? Oh my god, I might know. The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture, yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room, and had fucking wait, in this room. Oh, Mr. Wright! In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in this instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike.
It's gotta be. See? Maybe? It's this. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this.
But that's... what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint?
I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. It's so hard to rotate, what the fuck? That's not bad, right? Wait, what are these fucking buttons? What do you want from me, game? Use your Nintendo DS stylus? I wish that I could right now. Do you think it's just like this? Fucking, could you just go upside down, please? Oh, oh. I'm so close. Like that, right? Hiya! This is wrong. This isn't right. Okay, hold on. Huh? Allow me to remind the defense that this case hangs on... Okay, the witness is wrong. Yeah. Alright, I'm working on it. I think it's just upside down then. No, that's not... This isn't my fault. I'm sorry about the music. Buttons are hard, and this is really miserable to fucking try to do. Because I don't have a stylus to, like, flip it around with. Maybe like that? What the fuck? Alright, motherfucker. At least it's not taking my points away because I know it's stupid. Stay still, you son of a bitch. I don't know, that looks pretty accurate to me. But they didn't like it, did they? Oh my god, that looks so good to me. Yeah. Aha! I did it! Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No. It can't be. God damn it. Yeah, I'm just like... I can make it look like this, I promise. So Mr. Wright twirled around a bloody vase for the next 2 hours for the court's entertainment. Yes. Oh my god, this would make a perfect awkward zombie comic, it's true.
Order, order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this,
Huh? Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point?
What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. Fucking objection. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then, please tell us, what's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? This is his side of the office. I don't think it's the location. But it must be the murderer. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At the very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gaunt. Why? But the body was found lying near Lana Skye's desk. The witness testified herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Skye's office. Okay, what the fuck? I totally did the wrong one then. I was supposed to say where, but I don't think that changes the fact that the murder is still different. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gaunt's office. Did they just give this to me? Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gaunt's office to Lana Skye's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? Oh, that would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall? Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? The suit of armor holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There's another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but no, nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. This sucks. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall, she killed him. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances...
Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin this crime on her?
Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it?
I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
Evidence.
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony.
I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead.
Well, we certainly can't get dead people to testify.
Fuck! Stop proving your clients and clients' family guilty. That's not what I'm trying to do. It wasn't her fault. Not with that attitude.
Okay. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
I accept this challenge. I call the dead people to the stand.
Thank you, Brad.
If only.
Yeah, necromancy! The only answer! Bring them back!
Fuck. Yeah, evidence. We definitely forgot something. Okay.
That's true! We could call... Oh my god, if only Mia... Well, Mia's not here. But Maya, if she had trained enough. I fucking wish.
Touche, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another... Wait, there's another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Mr. Wright! Will you just stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer?
Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. Your handprint can be seen on the leather cloth. It has to be this. It has to be this.
This is the message left by the deceased.
This is that blue badger thing from before, right?
Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name?
If that thing could, I'm sure it would.
Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away.
Yes, there is a line here drawn in blood.
So what you're saying is these dots were once lines? Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so, all we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No.
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us?
Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Are you kidding me? That's an M. Wait. I can't do circle-y things. The hell am I doing? Emma! Oh no! I wanted to spell Damon! I hate this! I don't want this! Oh.
Take that!
It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocent. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So, this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. I thought it was gone.
Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life
Was Emma Skye. Seaworthy, can't say I didn't warn you. What are you doing here? Chief Gaunt, do you understand the implications of what you've done?
What? What are you talking about?
2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the fucking prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death? How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order! Order! The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. What the fuck? It's not... To be continued. Okay. Rabble, and I can't stress this enough, rabble. There's a lot of rabbling going on. So... What the fuck? Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals! Oh. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later. What? No! Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around all day while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here, and I've seen happier people at funerals. Wait. Oh, I take it Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Is it an evidence book for babies? Here, she asked me to give you this if there was a break in the trial today. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really? What the fuck? My baby's first evidence. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you this message. Wait, a message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Okay. Baby evidence law. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in the prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth! The real trial today hasn't begun yet. Fucking Christ, this game! What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal! You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. It's a duck on the book. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Okay, we can do this. District Court, courtroom number 9. Wait, I didn't get time to read the book yet! Court will now reconvene for reading the book with the duck. Rules for submitting evidence. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. That's it? I'm gonna have to throw this ducky book at someone. We will bring Meekins to justice. Damn that Meekins. Rule 3, always be cool. Yes. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have struck a bargain. Huh? You think I may have manipulated the witnesses. I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone's been talking about, Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. Whoa, what? What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. What the fuck? The font is really big. Yeah, the book is just full of pictures. I think that Lana knew Phoenix would be too lazy to read all of it and just click the 2 sections with a bold red marker. Holy shit, you ever just like not know how to drink a water? That's me every day. Clunk. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright. You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness... Ha 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 ha! What? What are you talking about? This trial is as good as over. The defense calls. The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Hey, motherfucker.
Take that!
Damon Gaunt. The defense calls Damon Gaunt to the stand. Damon Gaunt? What does he have anything to do with the... As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gaunt had first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in this courtroom. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, this is what saving is for. Mr. Wright, could you please explain to the court why you're staring at a floppy disk? What? What do you mean? Ka-chunk, ka-chunk. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gaunt to the stand. Don't look all fucking innocent, you stupid piece of shit. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gaunt. Fine. My name is Damon Gaunt. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gaunt, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto! What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. I'm gonna fucking strangle this guy. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? What? Sure, take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify? That's a good way to make sure a criminal is the fucking chief of police. Of course, such an action carries with it a certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. What the fuck? As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Drake was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Drake bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. Am I not allowed to press everything? This is fucking weird. I don't know if I'm gonna even be able to do that. Neil and I were questioning him that day. Let's see how much I can get away with. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark. I keep calling him Drake. I'm so sorry. I know I'm doing it in my head, and I think I might be doing it out loud too. His name is Dark, but there's an E at the end, and I keep... The way that I read makes it so I do that thing where it's like the front and the end of a word, and then I fill in the rest of my brain. It's annoying. Darky? Dark? Yes. Dark. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Drake ran for it. We slipped up in the power outage and helped either. Wait, if there was a power outage, how did he get up to the elevator? To the office? So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first, so Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs, I guess you could say. He got lucky. Well, what's this about a power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil when the knife went through his heart, though. What is wrong with you? That's not funny. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor? Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently, she'd already arranged the crime scene. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means... you found the body near Lana's desk? That's right. I think you said earlier, it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Yes. Anyway, as you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. Fuck off! If you're going to stare at anything, you better be staring at the court record. Worthy, always the smooth talker. But which piece of evidence ties Gaunt to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gaunt to the incident. It's hard because... he had this stuff in his safe. Like, this was in his desk and this one is his safe, so he absolutely helped cover it up. But I don't know how to... I'm not sure how I'm supposed to present it. Or if I even can. She had already arranged the scene. I had nothing to do with the forgery. But then... Why was this in your safe? You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. It's not a blue badger. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside of your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gaunt, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in this illegal investigation. Chief Gaunt, what's the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery? Who, me, or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? It's because of evidence law. Like, I think I illegally obtained this stuff. I didn't have a warrant and I stole it from his desk. So, like, there's no fucking way I'm gonna get away with this. Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? Oh. However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying for to work. First of all, he was already fired, so it can't get worse than that.
Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together.
Eh?
What are you talking about? Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. That's not true.
Mr. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor?
When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol.
You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences.
Oh, indeed. I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know.
All right, Uddy, in return, though.
Oh, I know. That place, right?
Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? Alright, you piece of shit. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Shut the fuck up. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations.
Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that.
What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and Mr. Wright, what are you saying? What are you saying, you fucking idiot? Don't say that.
Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later.
Later? What are you talking about?
What else? I'm talking about when Righto's prints are found.
Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal.
I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy.
I don't know, Von Karma was pretty shit. You can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. What do you mean by that?
This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery.
If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery,
I'm not through speaking yet, Righto.
It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Drake was convicted, then they're worthless. That's not true. I think that's what our book is for. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced.
What the fuck? Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient?
Right.
What?
The chief is talking about a possibility, so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time.
Tell me something I don't know.
Ugh! Come now, Righto. Think about it. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery.
How can you look me in the eye and say that? because I'm innocent. Remember, who was it that murdered Neil?
I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye.
Yeah, but... Well, now do you see? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Really, Chief Gaunt. At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this.
Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit?
That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police.
Oh!
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is a sufficient motive.
Oh, ho, ho! Oh, that's a good one.
What?
Do you really think I'm that incompetent?
What do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little.
Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Damn it!
Ah! Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at.
So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. I hope you feel better, Austin. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Don't be silly, Worthy. You know better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I.
It's out in the open now.
Gee, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me.
Hold it!
Nothing in it for you?
Sorry, but the only person I truly care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again.
You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone.
Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised.
You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
Oh ho ho! Oh, that's a good one, Worthy.
Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? True, you might not help anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
No! That's not what I mean. God damn it.
Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gaunt may have helped forge evidence?
Fucking duh!
Take that!
Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant?
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? And as for Chief Gaunt, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gaunt.
But how would he profit from all this?
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets?
No! You fucking idiot!
Oh, wait! You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind.
Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive, to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Right, oh my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this that I controlled, Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gaunt. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless... that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? God damn it! Of course, I'm talking about... the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? You fucking threats! Literally right in front of the judge. What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gaunt is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Order, order, order. I said order. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To excuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? Impossible! I mean, Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in an easier to understand language. What a fucking baby I am. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Okay, it looks like he's the one who decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gaunt is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. All right, then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us the evidence that ties Chief Gaunt to the murder of Detective Goodman. Okay, I'm pretty sure it's this. It has to be. No. Don't look at the locker. This is the ID card list? Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on this list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777-7777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It is your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gaunt's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 777-7777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gaunt, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. We fucking got him. Order, order. Chief Gaunt, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gaunt, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gaunt? I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lotta Skye's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. Yeah! If Chief Gaunt met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gaunt on the day of the crime. The lost item report? This was for Edgeworth to bring back. Oh god. I'm pretty sure it's this. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or, to be more accurate, Jacob Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh! Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gaunt. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait! The Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Whoa! No! Whoa! Chief God, you didn't! The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gaunt, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was just a useless clue taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gaunt used this. not you, is it? My lawyer badge! I really think it's the screwdriver.
Take that!
This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case?
Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. Right. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because he tricked you into driving there. Ah! I was asked to go by Chief Gaunt, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here because he wasn't going to go home. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gaunt asked you to. You mean I... The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. I thought they were asking what moved the body to the car, but whatever.
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car?
Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye.
Order, order. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It was a photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gaunt, please say something.
I believe your time's up.
My time's up?
Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special. Fucking God, no! You! The cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons. Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now.
What? This is not a right to be casually invoked? There are certain risks to be considered.
Objection!
So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gaunt is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright...
Your Honor,
do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gaunt murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body.
I have the ability to save, so I sure fucking hope so. Do I have any concrete proof? I mean, we might as well say yeah. I can't let him just squirm his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor, I do have such evidence.
Then please hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better prove Chief Gaunt murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Okay. Prove that he murdered Goodman without a shadow of a doubt. Oh! So, what exactly is this evidence? It's proof as to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the chief's guilt. I'll let you be the judge. But I am the judge. Oh, right. Well, what do you think, Your Honor? What I think, Mr. Wright, is I'm going to be late for lunch. That's the fucking murder weapon hidden in a tailpipe that was specifically left for... Please, Your Honor, give me a little longer to consider. How is that not enough? Fuck. We already showed this. I'm gonna get this wrong, but... yeah. I just had to make sure. I'm in one of those spots again where it's like, I know what I want to say, but I'm trying to figure out how I'm supposed to say it. And I think if I say I have no concrete proof, it's gonna be like, well, you fail, and kick me out. Concrete proof that he killed him. Elevida, too. Thank you for following. Thank you, thank you. It has to be something physical. Something concrete. It's not the other half of this glove, is it? Oh no. This is fine. I can figure this out. I can figure this out. Unless I don't have proof. I don't have anything that proves without... No evidence shall be shown without the approval. Why did she give me this? I don't think this thing is related. Yeah, that's okay. I'll figure it out. It's fine. This is why I did this. There's gotta be something we have. It's so weird. I could have sworn that the knife... So what have we done? We did the switchblade knife, which is the real murder weapon. which was hidden. I believe I did the ID record again. It's not the glove. The proof is Meekins. I think I did the cloth. It's weird because we definitely did a lot of stuff that felt conclusive to me already, so I don't know where to go with it from here. What if we show the autopsy report? Oh, that's wrong. It's okay. I'm writing them down so I can keep track. Hey, Dubs! We are like so close to proving that he's a fucking piece of shit who did a murder, but I need to like show something specific, and I haven't figured out what it is yet. But there's just so much evidence that... Bird law! Law book is a no. I'm sure we're gonna take that law book out for something important. Whatever evidence I supply... Wait. Hold on. I have no proof. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Aji. In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble on what you can't afford to lose, Righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. I want to see what happens when we do this. Okay, Aji, I'll leave the rest to you. I think we're gonna get a poop verdict, and it's gonna kick us out. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to the senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. What? Eh? Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth? Another witness? That was what I was supposed to do! In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gaunt has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions. Raised in this trial, someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Oh! Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? Okay, she may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. My health is shit! Alright. The defendant, Miss Lana Skye. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body, in accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Yeah, it was a trick. It was a trick, because every time it's been like, you have to do evidence or you lose. That evidence, I had nothing. Very well, the court will now take its final recess for the day. Oh, thank God, I hope I get my health back. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in Hold on. Huh? What? Chief Gaunt, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. Fucking threatening her? Are you kidding me? That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. What the fuck? Hey! Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. All right then, I've got a lunch date to meet. Judge! Okay, if there are— what the fuck? If there are any further objections, I object to you. This court is now in recess. No! Objection button. Am I fucking nuts? Like, I'm gonna have a goddamn aneurysm. This game's ruining my life. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help.
That chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. Ha ha ha! I'm not a detective anymore.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
Ah, don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. At your office! Oh my god! My office? Sure! I'll take the place that top-knotted girl used to work with.
What do you mean, Maya?
Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gaunt's done it again. How is it he always ends up—
I guess the upper hand, because he's fucking breaking the law all over the place and no one seems to care but me. This whole system is out of order. The suspect in a murder trial usually has some kind of warrant or restriction placed on their movement. They can't simply walk out. Do you have lunch? I know. One of the reasons I never finished this game is because the judge legitimately pissed you off. Ah! It's not fair. He has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said. But Chief, that's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Thank you. I'll go get some more liquid. I'm out. 1 second. This fucking game is ruining everything. It's making me so mad. Delicious, calming liquid. Thanks, Wombat. I appreciate it. Don't want to have a stroke or something. Alright, it's a fake video game. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's normal. Might start working on the White Mage weapon tonight. I'm at 7 of 15 DRs for White Mage Relic weapon. And I'm like rank 20 in Bozia now after going into the new zone, so I'm trying to catch up. I'm trying so hard. But I have, well, you know what we have tonight. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Okay, what the fuck did he mean by risks? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. Huh? Wait, you mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Who said that? Hey, kiddo. God. Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. Okay, so she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah, now I finally know what really happened. Oh, kiddo! To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man, and she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her.
What do you mean?
What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gaunt's orders? She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. God damn it. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
Oh my god. Chief Gaunt may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see.
Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act.
Fuck already? Emma, why don't you wait and... Huh? No. I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth. Oh! The Gumshoes?
Yeah, keep that typo. It's good.
Zounds? Yeah, this court system sucks shit, but we're doing our best. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. I hope I got my... Oh! Yeah, we're definitely getting our health pips back. I would love to save. Thank you, video game. Alright, this has to be the end. This is the last day we can do this. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Hey, Octavia. There's no console for you to step on. Yeah! You can't turn anything off, you little poop. She has a you-know-what appointment tomorrow. She doesn't know yet. Overtime? We're not in overtime yet. We have 40 minutes before we're going late. A spa appointment, yes. Turn off the computer? No. Yeah, she's gotta get her rabies stuff updated. She looks really mad now. Don't tell her. Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Pets! I'll do pets. Yeah. Octavia. What are you doing? What? She's looking at something. What are you looking at? Tiny little bug. Well, I guess you're gonna watch her eat a bug while I try to pet her. What is that? It fell. You failed. Thanks, Birds. Good enough. Give Octavia multiple baths tomorrow? Oh my god. Yeah, she'll be grumpy tomorrow. I mean, we're doing it after stream, so. Time to earn your keep. Yeah, I would like it if she would eat any bugs in my house, please. Anyway, this is very important. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. I hope she actually tells the truth. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with the Chief Gaunt. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gaunt. Don't you want to get him back? Yeah, Octavia's usually pretty good, so we shall see. Gaunt and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gaunt for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. Fuck! When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Well, that's not true. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana! If this is true, then that means Chief Gaunt has nothing to do with this. Are you a fucking idiot? That's what I've been trying to tell you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. Okay. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay. Gaunt in the fabrication. I worked alongside Gaunt for years. Let's do a save here. Just in case. Let's learn all we can. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years.
Detective Gaunt and Detective Skye were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases.
She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia. I don't think you could hear that, but someone like fucking sat on their horn. Damon Gaunt was a respectable detective. That's why. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. But think about it, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. No, you didn't. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was a justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana.
Oh, so that's why you fabricated
The evidence 2 years ago. Shut up, Judge. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body.
Huh?
But that's... What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that.
What? If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That is not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. So, when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound, and then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You, of all people, should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others. Why'd you move? Okay, let's ask both. But why did you do that? Come now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out. Very well, let's add this to the witness's testimony. The reason Miss Skye fabricated the knife. I knew the tip of the weapon found buried in his body would be all the proof we needed. According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right? Yes, and leaving it at that might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body. So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound? Yes, because I hated Dark for what he did. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it, period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. Let's get the other part. Here we go. Rearrange the crime scene. This is what I want. I want to ask her specifically about moving the body. I don't know if she could even physically do that. Eh? Oh, I can't do the other one? Here we go. Maybe this? Here we go, here we go. Why did you move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gaunt's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Skye moved the body? The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Pieces of the jar? You mean... Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. Oh, right, because of the name. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body.
So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what had happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle.
I see.
What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. But then why was this stuff in his fucking safe? There's no way she could have done it alone. You didn't do it alone. You didn't do it alone, though, because this was in his safe. Fuck. Alright, well. Oops. Unless, was I supposed to do it here? Fuck! I just did it in the wrong spot. Stupid garbage. Right, because I had to uncover that and have it be an option. Whatever. Miss Skye, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right.
Do you have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write this message on the jar, it must not have yet been broken before he died. Oh. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar.
Order, order.
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regards to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical. Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we are headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony.
Jar and message in blood. All right. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You didn't get them all, though.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay. Immediately noticed blood traces on the jar. But you just said it was dark. So the jar was already broken? It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case. Hey! Not as feeble as the judge's judgment! You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally, I would have. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Okay, well that helps my case. Lana, you do that for me? Stop it! It seems you two might make up yet. Shut up, that's stupid. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. What did you wipe it away off of? I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. No, you didn't. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. Oh my god, a detective is always fucking whatever. I had to sneeze and then it went away. That's so fucking annoying. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol everywhere I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. No, you didn't! All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. So you illegally rearranged the crime scene. Yes, I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident. No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain in the history of the prosecutor's office. More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. She didn't get them all, though. Actually, we already have one pip down, so... Why is this staining the reputation? She was a detective? It's because she got her job as a prosecutor. This way. Oops, I was trying to go backwards. You didn't get them all. I guess I just have to show this again. Miss Skye, I believe this jar conceals the truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gaunt's safe. In the chief's safe, but how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gaunt got there before you. But could the defendant have simply missed a piece?
Objection!
Fuck you, don't speculate. I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone the ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Ha! I can believe that, you stupid bastard. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gaunt at the time he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar? The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Oh! Well, Your Honor, can you answer that? No! Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gaunt arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence! Pew, pew, pew. But why would Chief Gaunt do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gaunt's aid. Lending her his aid, Gaunt helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. Oh! No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. I don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. What? Fuck you! Wait a minute. Huh? What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gaunt's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana, maybe right after all. What do you mean, right? So, you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? God, fuck you guys! Miss Skye, please testify once more. But, if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Yes! All right, the witness may testify once more for the final time. Oh my god. Actual crime scene. Fuck! Okay. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gaunt help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on that armor sword. You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. In the book?
Very well, Mr. Wright, present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. Oh, now I can look at it like this. Huh? Hello. Thea. Oh my god. Hey, there's a picture in here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detectives saw the crime scene like this. That's... Look, the piece of leather where her fucking handprint was. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Lana's picture inserted into the court record. Ah, Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest. Could that be the cloth we found inside Chief Gaunt's safe? What's this? This is a handprint, isn't it? But it matched her hand. That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints... They're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning real purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Fuck! Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Oh, God. Hold on, I've got to look at this. Huh? Wait, what? I couldn't even... Come now, Udgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. I didn't even... Hold on. Can I look at it, please? Shut up. I'm not allowed to, like, examine it. Fuck. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. If I look at you again... An oily hand? Getting wax all over the hand, a good amount of oil. Let's see what's scientific about that. I always slip on the floors at school after they're waxed. Right. Chief Gaunt. What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a good word or two in my defense.
Objection.
Yeah, objection, thank you. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier! Yes, you're not allowed! Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? What the fuck? No, I don't, but someone does. This fucking handprint was put in here to keep him safe. So I'm basically just fucking falling into exactly what he wanted me to do. Showing the evidence to make her look more guilty. Son of a bitch. So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright? Fuck. If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as a murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now, and if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? What? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall. But I can't not show it! Oh my god! Fuck it. Let's show it and see what happens. Yes, Your Honor. I do have further evidence. Alright! The time's finally come to show it to them. Those prints have got to be the Chief's. Now let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered the prosecutor. No!
Take that!
It's a piece of leather cloth. Yes, it most likely was cut from the victim's vest near his chest. What is this? There's a big handprint on it. Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword. What? Whose fingerprints are on this? I'm sure Righto has checked, haven't you? Well, whose are they? They're Miss Skye's. Miss Emma Skye's. What? They're mine? So I really did do it. See, I told you it was conclusive. But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that? But... Give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. What? You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Skye to Neil Marshall's death. But no! What else was I supposed to do? It appears we have our killer. No! No fucking way. No! Everything hinged on that point. In the end, Lana alone was found guilty on all counts. Ah! Shut up. Shh. Wait. Okay, it's fine. I'll savor it before. Oops. Haha, should we prevent... What? No, we can't show that evidence. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present. What? You lie. Chief Gaunt? Oh, that's how we prove that he knows about it. I'm a fucking idiot. Well. What evidence? If you know about evidence, that must mean you know about it. Fuck, I'm an idiot. You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Fucking... I suck shit at this game. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gaunt? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. Oh my god, just let him I'm such an idiot. Just let him do it to himself. Oh, this game. That's mean. That's fucking smart, though. I like that a lot. I wish I was smarter than I am. See the victim's vest. Notice anything odd about the chest area?
It looks like part of it's been cut for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto.
I didn't.
But yes.
Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
Huh? What? You mean you admit to it?
He doesn't get to testify. No. No, he doesn't get to testify. He said, get him off the stand. Guilty. Yeah, he's not allowed.
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
What? So you really were manipulating her?
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid.
So you assisted Miss Skye.
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted.
When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the...
You know what's happening? He's not fucking, he's just talking, and then we're not going to be able to use this because he's not officially doing it, and then he's going to get away and I'm going to die again.
This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence. You mean those items in your safe?
But why? For insurance, of course.
Insurance.
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on the jar too?
Ha ha! Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Righto. Cough it up already, I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gaunt, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe.
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? What do I have to say? Arrest this man!
Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then before it was too late.
Okay, it's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. No. Evidence law. I can't show it. No, it's too late to show evidence now. Besides, even if I did, it just exposed that poor girl's fingerprints. Right, think hard over the circumstances. The circumstances? I'm talking about then and now. There's one major difference between the two. Weren't you waiting for that difference? So, Edgeworth figured out my plan? Ah, fuck! I suck! Mr. Wright, this is your only chance! Ugh, Your Honor, I do have evidence to present.
Let's see, this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who really murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
I can't save! Evidence law!
Mr. Edgeworth, your opinion, please. I think Mr. Wright's a fucking moron. Thank you. I appreciate this. That's great. I'm just gonna save here. Over this one. So.
Have a great night, Damien.
Come on, Mr. Wright. Okay, fine. The thing with the murderer's handprint? Wait. Do I really have to show this?
Take that!
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh yes, at last you finally brought it out in the open.
There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests to be immediately sent to lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. Oh, you mean... It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence.
You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy.
What?
Think about it. Wright-o had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that. Mr. Wright, do you really know? I feel like I did it wrong again. Whoever's the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are there? Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. Is it? The person whose fingerprints these belong to... I mean...
Take that!
Emma Skye? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? I don't know if this is right. I have no idea.
Oh ho ho! You're really something, Wright-o. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin it on me.
Hey, so it's true, tragic but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. Hold it!
How could you, you monster?
Miss Skye?
You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't.
Miss Skye, it's not over yet.
What?
I said this trial isn't over yet.
Ha, but I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposefully concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh, and what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gaunt, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? Oh, Letopus! Thank you for the raid. Welcome, readers. You're just in time. I'm pretty sure I'm about to beat this game. I hope you had a good stream, Lee. It was Emma Skye, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? Lee's the killer? No, no, no. What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gaunt, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth.
Bird law.
Shit! We're about to fuck it up, guys! It was cut before the blood! The blood's behind it! And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Skye took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out?
Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the
Blood on his vest, though! Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs are no doubt punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that piece of cloth.
No blood!
Wait, there's no blood on it. Ah!
Since Emma Skye's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time.
No, this is nonsense.
Now then, Chief Gaunt, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Skye? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armored sword. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved you were the actual murderer. No! I mean, it's finally all over. Is it? Where's the objection? No! Oh, that was close, Righto. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute all your allegations.
What do you mean you refute his allegations?
You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
Order, order. What nonsense is this?
Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Ajay? Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You don't have some conclusive evidence, do you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Yes, but I did that and I failed, so no.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence.
At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. No. No.
I'm afraid Mr. Gaunt's claim is legally correct.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth. No. True, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright.
It seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, you admit to it. What is...
Did you purposefully and illegally illegally conceal this piece of cloth? No. I admit I refused to present it at one point. Aha! So the evidence is illegal. Fucking objection. No, it isn't, Mr. Gaunt. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence.
No, Auntie, don't listen to this lies. He's nothing but a coward you can't really believe.
Fucking objection, yes! There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well, let's settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so.
I will with my Evidence Law for Babies book. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence Law for Baby Ducks.
What's this?
I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Skye's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth.
Behold this children's law book.
Thank you, Ren. Behold! However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth and nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book for babies. The second rule of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and...
Fucking objection. Sorry, but can you recall, when was that picture presented?
That was shown, only a few moments ago. No.
He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, motherfucker. You yourself confess to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest?
Oh, yes. No!
It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer and there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gaunt. The killer was you.
I'd rather swing.
Oh God, what's happening to him? Is he a robot? Did he die?
I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
He wanted to reinvestigate the crime. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman.
Detective Goodman?
Yeah, that's right.
If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find the truth. Please, you've got to help me.
Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit.
He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence.
Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out.
What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. Oh my god, he grew a conscience and they fucking killed him. He opened his evidence locker and he was taking the evidence out. He said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. Oh my god, is he admitting to this too? I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere. I guess I was just too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. What? Leaving the prosecution's car aside, and salary. How? How could you get Miss Skye involved in all this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth ever came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments and the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. Are you fucking kidding me? They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. Hold on! The biggest issue is we don't know why he did it. Why did he do the first murder? You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy.
What?
Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
I'm sorry too, Damon Gaunt.
Don't say that.
I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force.
No.
I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person.
Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of new beginnings. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gaunt betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Skye, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gaunt help me forge evidence up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Skye. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My. What high standards you have for a rookie. Huh? I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Skye? And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. Hey, you've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us.
Especially you!
Miss Skye.
Yes, Your Honor.
You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye,
Fucking not guilty. Ugh. Guilty? No.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
Please, no one object. Oh, thank God. Gumshoe confetti for everybody. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Wait, what? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. Oh, Dad! Papa, thank you for all the subs. Thanks for gifting subs to Tasty Jake, Rain25, Samurai 40k, Black Trife, and Flintlock. Thanks, Dad. Apparently everyone's not happy, though. But at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. It's not that. Just now, after the trial ended, I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, did she not thank you? You've suffered every bit as much as I have over the past few days. I think it's because she didn't thank her. You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. God damn it.
Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around while on duty?
Wait, what?
And to top it off, you call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals.
Wait, what? He's doing this again.
I'm only kidding.
Oh. Are you here because of my sister again?
Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Lana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
Well, I won't tell if you won't.
God, what the fuck? Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago. What the fuck? Zero J, thank you for gifting 3 subs to T-Zap Culinary Disaster and Fede Machado. I'm so sorry I said your name so bad. 96. Thank you so much. That's very sweet. Gift sub noises. Thank you. That day 2 years ago was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gaunt to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course! You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma! Ugh. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask?
Hugs for everybody.
Because... Thank you, Spooky Bed Sheet Ghost. Thank you for the bit hugs. Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe, me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Oh, Edgeworth! Stop hiding and come over here. Oh! Where was he hiding? I just came to say, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, well, I'll be going now. What? Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. Huh? No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth! Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gaunt was right. You despise criminals, I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth! Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gaunt did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gaunt and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime, but they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I'll need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, yeah. What? Is this a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own? What the fuck? God damn it, you would. Thank you, Lee. I'm so confused. And I can't save! No! Something neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own? What, the picture? Fuck! Ah! No! I'm choking!
Objection.
Thank you for the 400 bits final night. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna get a bad ending because I don't know. No, don't say it. Friendship. Is it this? Why not? That might mean something to you, but I don't see how it has to do with our partnership. Huh? Mr. Wright, it seems you still have a lot to learn as well. Oh, I guess that wasn't the right piece of evidence. Fuck! No! Oh my god! 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 That is an ending thing. No fucking way. Oh my god! I don't even know where I left off. Shh! You shut up! You shut up! Shut up, you! Shh! Fuck! It's so far behind. What am I doing? Here, take this.
Take that!
Shh. Overtime 2? Yeah, we're in overtime 2. Shh. Maybe Gaunt will be found innocent this time? Shh. I have no idea what I'm supposed to show him.
Take that!
I'm gonna save, don't worry. I didn't know I was gonna have another. Oop, I clicked off. I didn't know I had another choice to make. Boop, 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 beep. This is practice for the speedrun? Yeah. Oop, shit, 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 shit. Be good if I didn't accidentally keep closing it.
I can't believe Octavia stepped on the exact combination of keys to restart the game to your last save.
You know what? I can't believe it either. Damn that Octavia! Thanks, Sister Headphones. Gaunt is double guilty. I can't believe how far we're back. It's fine. It's fine. I have to see what friendship shit we need. I really thought the book. But apparently, I think it was worded funny. I think I was trying to find a piece of, like, extra friendship. But I think it's something that's just between the two of us. I legitimately thought that it was gonna be, like, something that was outside of the two of us that somebody provided. That's why I picked the book. That had the picture in it. But he was like, that means nothing to me. So I guess it's something just between the two of us and our friendship. We're like super fucking overtime, by the way. I have stuff to do tonight. But it's all for the sake of Edgeworth, our best friend. What did I say here? Yeah. Edgeworth, I know why he's the way he is now. So yeah, I do like him. Larry Buss is your best friend? No. Bird Law. Oh my god, we are so... I didn't realize how far back we were. Because I thought I beat the game, so I didn't save anymore. I legitimately thought we beat the game. I'm like sweating. This is stressing me out. I'm trying to think of what the fuck to give him. Wahahahahaha. Yeah, make sure to vote in the poll. Are we gonna have to do that again? No, I'm gonna be able to save closer. I can save at any point. I just couldn't save at that one point where I suddenly got ambushed with... Hey, what sums up your friendship with this fucking guy that you've been a rival with? Pew pew. See, like, I can save right here. And it'll still be closer. Yeah, I like Edgeworth. I really do. I think that like I said earlier, I said this before with a compliment thing, but the way that they have characters seem really unlikable, and then they super grow on you has been, like, incredible. I'm surprised. I didn't think yeah, usually that doesn't happen for me. Usually if I start off disliking someone, I do not grow to like them. It's kind of rare for me. Oh my god, shut up. Let me get to my choice, so I don't fuck it up again. That's why the series is amazing. Oh my god, please. I do really like her smile animation too. It's really pretty. I'm gonna keep randomly saving over this spot as we get closer. There we go. Not guilty. Yaha!
Seems like maybe deep down Gaunt is really relieved to have gotten caught, just like Lana is happy to have this done with.
Okay, Fractal, I agree with you. It does seem like that. Like, he clearly didn't want to get caught, but he does seem slightly relieved. But he also seems like a fucking lunatic, so I don't think that helps. He's definitely, like, unhinged to have done all of this. Whereas Lana's motivation made a ton of sense. Also, thank you for the 100 bits. There's gotta be something. I kind of want to show him my stupid badge, but that feels like a meme. Try not to go too fast and skip it. Yeah, make sure to vote in that poll, because whatever wins is what we're playing tomorrow. Unless there's some other twist that happens before I fucking do this. You two better hug. I'm gonna take a screenshot, actually. This is perfect. Yes. There. That's mine now. Save. Chapter 6. I don't think there is a chapter 6. Hey, Gumble. Hey, Edgeworth. Closer, closer, closer. Alright, what the fuck do we give to him? Me mama. Grimpity grompity. Remembering the bad guy. Bleepity blop. Had the stream audio up while I was driving home and I thought my car was making a weird noise. No, it's me clicking really fast. That's even closer. Sorry about the anti-ASMR. You weren't alone. Here we go. Okay. Partnership, isn't that right? Haha, what? It's... Don't look at all these saves. Huh? Show him what she's talking about. Evidence. Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Friendship. It wasn't bird law, I can tell you that. The blue badger. My badge! Yeah, that's right. Some evidence.
Take that!
Fuck. Alright, you stupid little prick. I'm gonna fucking find out what you like. And I'm gonna shove it in your nose. I feel like there should be like a picture of the two of us or something stupid.
Take that!
I should be writing this stuff down. Okay, so Edgeworth doesn't like. I feel like I'm shoving like things into an Animal Crossing villain something or other. Okay, so it wasn't my badge. It wasn't the book. It wasn't the trophy. It wasn't like somehow solving the old case. Files. That's the trick. He doesn't like anything. Yeah. No way. Is it the stupid badger? No. Okay. Good. Oh my god! It's gonna be the last thing I check. Friendship? You stupid little asshole. I'm trying to be your friend. Be my friend. Just start throwing knives at him? Yeah. Just imagining Edgeworth patiently standing there while you try rubbing each object on his face. That's basically what I am doing. This list of people? Fucking Christ. My brain is stupid. Just, why don't you like me, Edgeworth? If he was really my friend, any piece of evidence I show him, he'd be like, oh, you're right, that's it. Alright, so the ID card record is not. Spray him with the bottle. Lana. You son of a bitch. I'm so mad at you right now. I don't even want to be your friend right now. Do I have to say no evidence? I can't even do that. I'm gonna run out of things to do. Is it solving the crime? No. Sir? Eh? Did I just load the wrong one? Jesus, that just scared the shit out of me. So it wasn't his autopsy report. I have other things I need to do! How do I feel about Edgeworth now? I'm mad at him. You stupid son of a bitch. Take my friendship! Take it! You're gonna befriend me or I'm gonna crash your video game and then you'll die forever inside of it. Oh my god, sir? Did I show you this? Yes. Be my friend, you stupid turd! Is this my result? Did I just not find our friendship? The item that shows us that we're friends? Did I just never find it and now I'm gonna get a poo-poo ending where he goes off and is like, well, I guess I quit. Did we become a parking lot together? No. It's gonna be the last thing I try! Shoo! This fucking music. Oh my god. Of course all of this means something to me. Spritz. Okay, I tried to spray him and he just didn't care. He got mad. Fingerprints. Mother... Screwdriver. That does mean something to you. That's your connection to the case, you dumb asshole. Oh my god, I'm never gonna be friends with him again. This is a huge mistake. This is the worst part, you mean? This is the worst part of everything. He hates me. He hates me and I'm an idiot. So he should. Look at this glove. Doesn't this glove mean anything to you? Don't you remember our many memories with the glove? Please. 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 Be my friend. I'm running out of things to friend you with. It's as if he wasn't even in the case. It's all gonna be the same. It's all gonna be the same. Like every time I tried to go everything and it was stupid. And the game was like, you should have done this special whatever the fuck that you didn't notice. Beep bop boop, you loser. Sir! The fucking evidence list! Oh, you stupid prick! Our counterattack began with this. No, it didn't. You had one half of the evidence list and I had the other. Oh my god. A part we wouldn't have been able to restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It happened because you're in love Yeah, go away. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there's still some loose ends I need wrapped up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. There's no difference! There's no difference! It's the same!
You did it. Queen of clicking.
Ah! Thank you for the 1,000 bits, Hessian. I really appreciate it a lot. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I'm gonna tear up that piece of paper and throw it in his fucking face. So stupid.
It didn't just happen by chance, it happened because Karkalla clicked on every possible thing.
Thanks, Frankel. You have to put it on the fridge. No. I better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here. This is a little something for you. It's a scientific investigation book with a duck. God damn it, Reg. At least the game lets me save whenever I want, mostly. So that's very nice, because it knows that if it's gonna pull some bullshit, it might as well be fair about it. That's my compliment. Scientific investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. And so another case came to a close finally. As for the sisters, I have faith. Screenshot that for myself. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Oh! Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Oh, come on. What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. Oh, but I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Oh my god. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Ah! Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Do not encourage. Yeah, well, haha. You see, Mr. Wright here is the one who'll be footing the bill. Me? What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. What? I don't have any money. Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it... I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Objection!
Objection! My reward is debt. I arranged for a friend in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I managed to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Oh, Lee, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. That's very, very, very sweet. Thank you. To Visevi, Firefang9, Mr. Target, Ultra Jojo, and Stillander. Thank you, Lee. Yikes, I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, you'd be worse than firing you. Yup, that's what they said. It just goes to show you can't shake me off that easily. Oh my god. Ultra Jojo, thank you very much for following. Dubs, thank you for gifting 5 subs. to Kakashi Project, La Phoenix Reborn, 7 Paints, Malkits 24, and Grey Armor. Thank you, Dubs. That's very sweet. Holy shit. Oh god. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a secretary guard. My partner's keeping an eye in the entrance for me today. I'll show them though. Someday I'm gonna make a detective. Yes, sir. Then I'll be just like that Dick Gumshoe. Good girl. Oh, that's be bad. Hessian, thank you for 1,000 bits. Take that. Thank you so much. I really fucking appreciate that. Thank you. Goodness gracious. Sister crime investigation team, they'll be the best. I hope so. Yeah, I thought Billy died. The cactus. Oh, no! Oh. Well, that's a bit sad. His partner's the Blue Badger. Yeah, I don't think you're wrong. Someone killed the Blue Badger? That's our next case. Oh.
What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? Miss Starr managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of them guards. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Yeah. Man. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. The what? A top lawyer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom lawyer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Oh my god. How dare you? That's so fucking stupid. Angel Starr is dating over half the city. I'm glad she's doing great. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left. Hey! Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I'd better be... Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, I gotta go. Wow, I've never seen his chair before. I fucking hate that guy. Oh, the judge was the worst. Ow. Oh god, my back. Oh, I did a big crack. Was that Emma's face on the lunch package? I don't think so. Hey, it's Alex. Yay. Guessing there's one person who didn't grow on me. Ha. What the hell? Nothing like... Oh. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objections. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming. Well, see you around, Nick. What a cute idiot. Quick, fire the judge while he's gone. I wish I could. Oh my god, I'm so fucking behind. We're an hour overtime, and I have something to do in like 30 minutes that I needed to prepare for. Oops. All for the sake of ruining every criminal's life. Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth? I brought your tea. What's going on? Huh? What is going on? Don't be late or you're fired. I'm not gonna be late! If I'm late, you can tell them why. I have a D&D session 45 minutes I have started prepping for. Fuck. I'd have a heart attack. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. And then she'll be there as a little duck. Meow!
Oh! Are you kidding me? Well, what am I supposed to do with that? You bastards. That was fucking adorable. God damn it. Ah! We did it. Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, complete. It only took me a billion pages of notes that I barely used. Oh god. Shit. Oh yeah, me, Ace Attorney. It's me. I actually finished 3 games. No, I only beat one of them. Because there's... See? I just did Ace Attorney. There's also Justice for All and Trials and Tribulations. We didn't do those at all.
The cough-up queen of games.
Oh no. I don't know if I want that title, but thank you, Mr. Jalbos. Ugh. Anyway, I definitely saved some pictures from that. You probably heard it, me doing the Steam thing. But yeah, that was really good. Time for new chapters tomorrow? No! So, as we wrap up, final thoughts are, this game was very good. The world and its systems are infuriating, but that, I guess, that makes it more interesting. And oh, thank you guys. You're so sweet. The trilogy one? No, the trilogy didn't win. It specifically said Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Nice try. I liked most of the characters more than I thought that I would. I also really hated some of the characters a lot. Like, I still think the cowboy dialogue was way too much. And some of the villains were just like, oh my god. They were really good at making things, like, fucking infuriating. Like, really annoying. But the heartfelt moments were really lovely. And I think if you didn't really fucking hate some of the bad guys, it wouldn't be as engaging. So I really liked that. I do think there were some moments that were not misleading, but like that one thing that I got stuck on where I had to like go back in. I think it was the first time it was introducing that, I guess you'd call it a mechanic, where you have a dialogue and there's 2 branching paths, and you choose one, and then you can somehow go back in to get to the other one, and you have to do that in order to do it. I'd never encountered that before, and I think it was a mistake to have the text say, you can choose one and only one. Like, I think if it had been anything else, I think, because I was talking to Rain about it yesterday, he got stuck there too and rage quit it. He got mad when he found out what the answer was, apparently, years ago. And apparently he was saying like, oh yeah, this is where people got stuck. And I was like, oh, okay. So I think that section had issues that made it worse. But yeah, I think overall the game was great. I certainly never like, oh, I know the solution to this. I never felt like I fucking knew what was going on. And the moments where I kind of did, and I was like, okay, I think I've got it, there was always something else, which was neat. It made it really interesting. Now we can watch the Phoenix Wright movie on movie night. Yeah, maybe. If it's streaming somewhere, we could watch that tomorrow. This stuff is way better handled than this. And this, the squeakles, death penalty for everybody. Yeah, the system, I don't know. There were definitely a couple flaws, but it certainly wasn't that bad. Thought I'd played Final Fantasy VII. I watched Brain play it once. And everybody keeps giving me a hard time telling me that everybody keeps saying that I haven't played it myself, so I haven't played it. So I was like, fuck you guys, I'll play it then. Anyway, so I hope you're voting in that poll, exclamation mark poll, because I'm going to close it. Normally I would be like, yeah, tell me all the spoilers about this game, but I don't know how much I would have missed. Which case of the 5 was your favorite? I think I like the Steel Samurai one the most, personally. Yeah, I like that one. What? What the fuck? Okay, D. Holmes? Holy shit! I guess the next poll, which I'm probably gonna post I'm probably gonna have to post it tomorrow morning, maybe? Or maybe late tonight. I guess we're adding Starr Control to the Urquan Masters to the poll. You don't even know what the poll is yet, so this will be interesting. Holy shit. Okay, whatever you say, D. Holmes, added. I've never played any Starr Control games. I'm assuming that's available on Steam, I hope. Add another game? You can't. It's got a cooldown. Holy shit. Alright. Alright, added. You got it. So, I'm going to close the poll. So if you haven't voted, honestly, I mentioned it like 50 times, so it's not my fault and you can't get mad at me. But I will count it down. Ending in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boop. And tomorrow we are playing. Jesus, there's a lot of votes in this. Playing Final Fantasy VII. Playing Final Fantasy VII. I guess I have to play the stupid game I've been trying to avoid playing for my whole life. Shut up, you. Alright. Well, thank you guys so much for being here. If you were only here for Phoenix Wright, that's totally cool. I hope you had fun and had a good time and all that. It's totally neat if you want to just like only watch that. It's fine by me. However, if you are like Mr. Smiles, thank you very much for following, and you'd like to follow, I stream every weekday. Old games, typically, things that are at least 15 years old or older. That's kind of the weird criteria we go by. I don't know. I just don't want people coming in and yelling at me. Am I streaming on Monday? Why wouldn't I be streaming on Monday? Is there something on Monday I don't know about? Is Monday a holiday or something? It's Memorial Day? Yeah, fuck that. I'm streaming Memorial Day. I don't care about that holiday. Jay Cookie, thank you for the 7 bits for Final Fantasy VII. I appreciate it. Yeah, I only take, like, giant holidays. Basically, the only holidays I take are, like, Thanksgiving and Christmas. Don't worry about it. Anyway, yes, I'll be streaming on Monday, and I'll be streaming tomorrow. We're starting Final Fantasy VII, which means I have to set up the PlayStation. Thank you guys again. Thank you so much. I've got stuff I'm gonna do tonight. If you'd like, feel free to join the Discord. I will be posting the new poll there tonight, but it'll be a little bit later. And Starr Control 2, the Urquan Masters, I don't know if I'm saying it right, will be on that poll thanks to D. Holmes. All right, that's it. I love you guys. Have a good night.